Alrighty then, let's get this show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Time to see how many times my camera decides to break today. Alright, let me get the window capture for the four jobs set up. There it is. And then my camera, which I'm sure I will have to reset within the hour. That do just how it be sometimes. Looks like I already have to reset it now. Oh, no, wait, my camera's not on. Hello. Good morning, good morning. If I could have YouTube chat say something. I didn't see a check. Just in case. I want to see if the combined chat's working as usual. Hi, Ivy. Yeah. I got Ivy and Sausage here. Sausage looking extra sleepy. I gotta turn on all the lights as well. Oh, looks like YouTube chat's working. Perfect. Thank you. Alright. Let me get all my lights on. Don't mind me. Oh. And I'm here and ready to get started. Good morning, good morning. Oh, nice, Kraken. Yeah, the strats for him are pretty set and sound, but even still, always room for some error in him just being a jerk in the few opportunities he has. Alright, let's see if I can get my camera working this time. Alright, unplug it, replug it. I heckin' love the Elgato cam link. It is totally not hot shit. There we go. Camera is a little low, so let me raise it. Come on. Much better. Alright. We're good. Hi. Hello. Good morning. Yesterday we made it through Fork Tower. And now I have about 4 hours to make as much progress through the rest of the world as I can. I would like this done tomorrow. Alright, we just finished Fork Tower, farmed some turtle shells. How many turtle shells do I have? 53? That should be more than enough. And I have 99 Maine's Kisses, right? Yes. Okay, so Maine's Kiss is not going to be an issue. Hey, grats, KP. I'll be joining you in about 7 months. In about 7 months' time. Oh, Sid, I need you to make me a submarine. I mean, generally you just watch guides and then join PF stream. That's about it. Or make your own PFs. We just finished Fork Tower. KP. Oh my god. Ivy, stop throwing the door wide open. So now, since Fork Tower's done, I got my submarine. It is an interesting comp. One that I am making work very well. Where's the mount? We're getting the mount right now. We're getting the submarine. Smile. That's what you meant, right? Smile. Clearly that's what you meant. Couldn't possibly have meant anything else.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
I know what I want and don't want re-rolled. And I'm worried. Wind. Ugh, that was not one of the ones I wanted re-rolled, but it's also not the worst thing. Alright, see, that's interesting, because I can't do a whole lot with that. I can't learn White Wind. I don't know where to... I think I have to go to the Rift to learn. Blue Mage is pretty useless. I'm pretty sure at this point. I can't learn most of the things. Well, I can't... Where am I going to learn Mighty Guard? I don't have Beastmaster. I can't learn these things. And I don't want Beastmaster to learn things. Oh, that's true. Chemist can actually take care of it. Yeah, White Mage was perfectly fine. Yeah, stopping me from using Blue Mage early makes it nearly impossible for me to use Blue Mage later. I can learn... There's still magic dragons on the map, I think. I can learn Aroga from them. Aroga with Air Knife, probably my best bet on anything that's not resistant to it. I think they're still by the Library of... actually, though, I think the forest around the Library of Ancients is gone. Yeah, the forest is gone. So, well, I mean, maybe this forest has them. I don't know. Ziggurat Gigas. I don't think this forest has magic dragons. It's got slugs. Oh, I gotta swap to Blue Mage. Hold on. Yeah, getting Blue Mage this late is actually a massive hindrance. What can they equip? Let's put them in the front row. So they have access to Mix? I guess I just give them Mix. I mean, at the very least... Did you not learn Mix yet? I thought you learned Mix already. Oh, no. Kryl knows Mix. Kryl's just at the bottom now because of Fork Tower. Right. Time Mage level 3? I think we do this. Hello, Alaska. Well, yeah, my morning is still early. I've had a busy morning. Can't complain. And then I've got literally nothing else. Okay. I mean, I guess I can equip Learn just in case. And then you go Blue Mage. But we heckin' love the Yan Wheel, and then you can at least have Mix. Alright, and then you do that. I'm gonna see... Alright, let's see. Aroga's the most incorrect. Okay, that's fine. Grand Avis, Enchanted Fan, Neo X Death. I don't think it's gonna be in here. I'm gonna have to look up some of the individual monster types now in order to try to remedy this. If I can at least get Aroga... Magic Dragon, Final Fantasy V... They're in the Interdimensional Rift. I feel like I have to go into the Rift to learn almost anything. Actually, wait. Can't I learn... No, this is in the Rift too, isn't it? I mean, it's not a big deal if I have to go into the Rift to learn these things. Oh, no. Yeah, you're in the Grand Temple. I'm not learning it there. I mean, you're in the Sealed Temple. That's not happening. Good morning, Veiltis. Unfortunately, the Elm Gigas was in the Library of the Ancients in Merged World. We're obviously beyond that. Ivy, what? Come here. Why so desperate? I'm trying to figure out where I can learn these fucking abilities. Valdanders, Dark Elemental. Interdimensional Rift, of course. Yeah, I think every Aroga is in the Interdimensional Rift. Passed a few bosses at that. Yeah, Seal Temple, that's not happening. I'm assuming that these remaining ones are all Seal Temple. Yeah, because Guido's Cave doesn't have Metamorphs anymore. Alright. I need the Magic Dragon then. What other spells could I possibly learn? And the map's not that big. Ivy, relax. Doom, Roulette, Mighty Guard. Yeah, I can try to get Mighty Guard real quick. I always forget where in the merge. I think it's up here. Yeah, it's right here. I forget if Stingray is a common or is the common or the rare. I don't remember what that rare spawn is that you look for here. I think it is the Stingray. I only just remember this section because of looking for the rare spawn. I also need to see what I need to mix for Confuse. Forget if it's on the left side of this thing or the right side. Sea Ibis. Bremen, thank you for the 22 months.
Bremen 1231 just subscribed.
Yeah, it says Coastal Waters, but it is the rare spawn here. Thank you for the 22 months. I don't remember if it's on the left side or the right side. Yeah, it says if you're seeing Sea Ibises in the right spot. Sahagin, Sea Ibises, and Thunder Anemones are the tell. Do 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 do. And then I have to confuse it and hope that it uses... I should check to see if I have the stuff to make Confuse. I should. I think I have every material I need. Oh, Blue Mage. Yeah, Mighty Guard, Aroga... Like, Mighty Guard and Aroga are theoretically enough on their own that I shouldn't need to worry after that. But I need my Blue Mage. I mean, my Blue Mage can also just be a physical attacker, but, like, that's pretty lame. If my Blue Mage is mixed, they're also just a second chemist. Like, I can circumvent that problem by just getting even more mixed material, so I have two people. It's just not good for killing, like, random monsters. Like, that's going to be the problem, is I'm going to get sick of having, like, no damage against random monsters unless I mix something, which is awful. Your hunt for cardboard begins today. I would love to keep hunting cardboard. I would love to do that. Oh, Stingray. There he is. Fiend! Okay, what do I need to mix? Hey, people want that shit, man. Alright, confuse is Maiden's Kiss and an Eye Drop. Very easy. Well, that's not what I wanted, but you know. It also isn't that bad. It's an interesting thing that's happening here. I missed the regen? Is it because he already has one? He might. Oh, I think he has a protect ring on. That makes sense. Yeah, he does. I sure hope he can actually use this while confused and it doesn't require control and being selected. I want it to use Mighty Guard. It doesn't seem to want to do that, however. I should have brought 2 mixes. Oh my god, dude. Alright. They do have it, but they'll still attempt to use skills even if they're out of MP. Alright.
Just subscribe.
Well, he was distracted for a grand total of fucking nothing at all. Yeah, they don't care if they're out of MP. They'll still attempt to use abilities. Yeah, unfortunately, I have no healing outside of Mix, so... Unless I animals. Oh yeah, he has... Oh, there we go. Now I need to actually kill him. I don't remember if there is a fast way to kill this thing, but I guess I can just start mixing kisses. Hello, Stoic. God, he has so much health. Stop. Just die, all my turtle shells. Why do you have so much health? Stop. So many turtle shells. Just to learn Mighty Guard so I can be taken off Blue Mage. I'm gonna poison myself until I get to bed. I mean, honestly, probably. Do you have mix yet? Okay, so I have 2 mixers. I'm gonna need more turtle shells, man. That succubus kiss is great. It's not my only option, but I also need turtle shells and dragon fangs, realistically. Dragon fangs, there's plenty of options for me to get. That being said, this shit brutal. I just don't want to farm turtle shells. Oh my fucking god, dude. Of course I'm not getting the turtles again. I don't know what's easier to farm even, the dragon fangs or the turtle shells. There's like a bunch of different spots in and outside the rift for both. I have 40 something left. That was like 8 turtle shells. Definitely want to use a mix of the items. It takes me like 5 minutes to get the turtle shells back from that one encounter. Good morning, Matthew. Unless I get lucky and I get non-stop. Oh, once I have rapid fire, this should go a lot quicker. And I'm like halfway to fucking rapid fire. Comp is brutal, man. I'm so weak in so many ways. I still need to get the mad. Like, it's funny because Neo X Death I'm not really that concerned about. But, like, everything on the way to Neo X Death is gonna be such a pain. Because Succubus Kiss just doesn't do a lot. It does about 3k. There's no way I can beat. I mean, I guess I could mix stop. I'm sure there's a mix for that somewhere. But without Bard. $3K before level up mixes? What? Huh? Oh! I see what you mean. Yeah. I haven't actually leveled up them. I haven't just maxed out. Like, that's effectively what I'm going to have to do on Neo X Death, is spend the first phase leveling up, and then blast him with mixes in the second phase. I could also just have my chemist drink the double level. Double it like twice and then succubus kiss. It's a lot of work to get to that point. Considering the amount of turtle shells I need. I just want my turtle shells to be fast. I only have 55. Okay. I don't really need to do go-go. There's no point because I can't roll mime. I don't remember. I don't think there's anything in there that I need particularly. I mean, barrage is basically rapid fire. No, I don't have a chance to roll mime. Also, that would not help. I don't have a chance to roll mime enable. Not that I couldn't just enable it, but you know. But it also wouldn't be very useful. It'd be another job that doesn't contribute towards making the other three any stronger. Hello, Nikki. Alright, I'll have to continue from here. Submarine. Alright, I need to go to the Great Trench. Alright, that's not what I wanted to do. I just clicked back into the window. Great Trench is right over here. Yeah, my comp isn't very good for dealing with random enemies without using a lot of resources. Bosses I can deal with for the most part fine, even if some of them are a little slow. I should probably buy more straight up drinks for my chemist. Yeah, because I need heroes cocktails, if anything. How many dragon fangs do I have? 8. Alright, they're both slowed. Ow. Don't make me do any serious mixing for this. Alright, good. Oh wow, Kryl mastered blue magic. I'm ecstatic. That's one less, you know, at least with Mighty Guard, it's one less total mix. Oh my god. I was trying to remember what these things did. Yeah, I'll probably be skipping most encounters in here. Get teleport ready. You're gonna need a gold hairpin if we're gonna be spamming teleport. You're gonna want that, trust me. No, you have barely missed any because I can't hunt most of them anymore because they're not on the map until I go into the Interdimensional Rift. I have very few blue magic spells. Also, Aqua Breath is not going to solve most of the problems here. It's okay against a lot of enemies, but when everything has 15,000 health, Aqua Rake ain't going to help very much. As you'll see momentarily. Aqua Breath. Against these, it might actually be fine, but... yeah, that's... I'm using teleport. Alright, have a go on, Cal. Yeah. Anyone learns the magic in this game, everybody gets to use it. Let's just make this simple. This comp ain't built for random encounters. Let's not pretend it is. Bosses? Sure. Random enemies? No. Not without using way too much. Yeah, I'll go to Dragon Fang. I do need those. Yeah, good thing about Blue Mage if you're playing it the whole game and keeping up with it is that it's quite flexible. If you are constantly shuffling on and off, a little bit less so. I did go get Mighty Guard from Stingray. I had to confuse him, which I didn't know worked over just using Beastmaster control. But at least I have that. And this time I have Float for the lava too, so that's not going to beat my ass. Yeah, thank goodness I at least have Mighty Guard. About to burn all my MP running like a bitch, though. I heckin' love loot. I hate running from everything. It's just gonna mean I have leveling to do later, most likely. Or at least some leveling. At least I have a flame ring. Alright, they just drop down again. Well, I mean, I know where I would like to grind, but it's not going to work out super well. Comp is not made to grind levels. It's not really made for almost anything, in all honesty, except for bosses. In theory, if I teach everyone Nyx, I should be fine. I can increase everyone's levels. And as long as I have a shit ton of materials, everything should be okay. Magic Lamp can... I mean, Magic Lamp will instantly kill one of Neo Exdeath's heads. And I believe Chemist can mix and insta-kill another one as well. Or at the very least, I can stop one of them from moving. No, because I think Odin can insta-kill one of them, and I think he can break one of the other ones. Odin kills the very back one. I do not have a lot of Gill. I need to be very careful about what I buy here. Because I cannot farm Gill very easily. Okay, armor is top and bottom. Lolly ho! I don't think I really want to buy anything here. Maybe this, maybe another circlet. That's about it. Well, yeah, okay. They definitely... my mixers for certain need that. And then you probably need that. You can probably have one of those. Oh, I guess that would have been fine then. Yeah, the white robe would have been enough. Although the black robe has even more magic, so... not that this helps that much, but it's better than nothing. Yep, circlet and circlet. And you can take the cowl. Oh boy. Miss my white mage. Anything else in this room? No. Leave me alone. I want all these enemies to leave me alone. There's nothing I want to fight in here. Curious how this boss will go. Not really feeling confident with the composition I have. It's gonna just have to be Mighty Guard and a bunch of... Mighty Guard... What is the other level up one? Dragon Fang. Oh, Holy Water and Antidotes work for a cheap one. Dragon Fang Potion is certainly an option, but I really don't want to use my Dragon Fangs on that. I don't want them to fight me. I've had enough of them. What they want is irrelevant to me. I mean, if you've never raided before Dream, I wouldn't look for a static. Again, I would just do PF. Everyone usually starts in the PF. Learning there. Here they come. Hey, I know these guys. Oink, oink, oink. That doesn't work. Nope, still doesn't work. I was hoping. Right, that doesn't work against them. I totally forgot they were undead. Fuck. Alright, well now I'm in especially bad space. I mean, I might Dragon Fangs. I don't remember if dying resets the level increase. Let me look at some of the mixes. I mean, I guess I can just stick to this. Probably re-Mighty Guard. I think I just Animals and hope for this. I can test the power of... Double Dragon Fang? What's it? Well, I mean, this is gonna depend. I need to cast it on their... Oh, no, because they're all gonna absorb it. Oh, fuck. This is awful. This is not a good fight for this. So I can't drain because they're undead, so I should heal instead. Alright, let's do... X potions on them, I guess. Let's cast X potion on them. Yeah. Sometimes the answer's a little simpler. That's actually really good in terms of mixing efficiency. I could probably insta-kill them with one of the resurrection ones. Actually, I should just Phoenix down them. I don't remember Phoenix Downs work. I never used Phoenix Downs on these guys. Hold on. It does work on them. Alright. Much easier. I don't think I've ever had to use Phoenix Downs to defeat these guys. I've never once even thought of doing it. Because normally I just rapid fire Spellblade them down and they're fucking dead. Alright, get me the fuck out of here. Always magic lamp them? Yeah, that's another option. I can go get the magic lamp now. Oh. Yeah, here's... This is Waltz, if I recall. Yeah, that's Waltz. Alright. So let's go to History, which should be here. Honestly, I honestly don't remember. I never use it, so I never would have been seen using it, so I'm gonna say no. I don't remember Ultima being much of a spell that you could use other than in 2 for quite some time. But that's also because Ultima is kind of a bait spell in a lot of games where it's not actually that good. It's far too MP intensive and not normally worth it. More often than not, in most games, Ultima is not a spell that anyone should be using. At least I have Meteor now. Yeah, it skipped from 2 to 6. I mean, it's fine in 6, but with everything else that happens in 6, it's like, do you really want to be casting Ultima? Kefka uses it. When he uses it, it's fine. Thank God they didn't get their turn first, because I didn't slow them. Yeah, just of all the things you can do in 6, I was almost never using Ultima. Man, I already wasn't trying to fight nothing in here. I'm especially not trying to fight one of these motherfuckers. The worst job is in 5? I mean, arguably it's Berserker. Arguably it's unupgraded free. Actually, no, unupgraded Freelancer by far. Upgraded Freelancer, different story. After that, Thief. Thief is good at getting items for other jobs, but on its own... It has utility, but like... Congratulations, I suppose? You know? See, I've always been able to find uses for Geo. It's random, but I can find them. Oh, don't tell me you're like the other one and I can't fucking run. I mean, I'm just gonna teleport. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Dragoon is down there as well. Big time down there. I would say Dragoon's average usability, though, at least it's a physical attacker. They're gonna put some decent weapons. And at least has that going for it. I heckin' love air knives. Berserker's there for job fantasy's sake. Sometimes it's not about what makes the most sense. It's about job fantasy. Really putting the drag in Dragoon. Ha 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 ha. Alright, I'll go down the right one first to get that. Yeah, I don't think the devs thought of magic power underflow as a real, like, oh yeah, they'll figure this out for Berserk. It's like, I don't think so. Oh my god, more thunderstorms. My god, man. Oh, there's the crack. Hopefully it's not raining when we go out to dinner later. I'll probably be done with stream an hour early today because we're going to start State of the Realm an hour early, and I'm not going to stream after State of the Realm is done. We're going to go out to dinner. And then I have raid tonight after that, so... Technically, it would be better to use that if I'm not attacking. Thunderstorm's just been non-heckin' stop. Not fighting any of you. None of you are worth my life. And I'll have all 4 sealed tablets soon. So now I don't have to worry about picking the jobs. I'll at least get a pretty serious power bump from that in theory. Oh my god, it's fucking downpouring. Yeah, if I guess I should get used to saying, if I lose power, you know why? That's crazy, that storm out there. Yeah, let me check the weather real quick for the day. Oh, it's just cloudy? Thanks. Let me tell you, it's not. Oh yeah, it says heavy storms for like 2 hours, and then... Oh yeah, I did. I could hear it through my headset. Yeah, it says it's supposed to go for like an hour or 2. Yeah. Yeah, sausage has been in there since I started. Oh, and here's Cinnamon. Hello, Cinnamon. I gotta buy more tents and stuff. Nice, Mad. I wanna open packs, but I won't spend the money on them. I love opening packs. I'm surprised she's... I guess she's used to the thunderstorms at this point. Cinnamon. You slow blinking me, Cinnamon? He's like, everybody else gets attention, where's mine? Yep, that's a thunderstorm. Good morning, K-Brown. Yeah, I feel like she would not take Ivy's been doing fine with the transition. She transitioned a lot better than both of us thought she would. Do you like sausage in your cup noodle? Damn it. Hi, Cinnamon. Sounds good. You need the right meat to go in your cup noodle. It's crazy how Final Fantasy 15 made cup noodle and Nissan decided to make a whole brand out of it. That's crazy. So successful. Yeah, the only thing with Ivy has been just getting along with the other cats or not getting along with the other cats. Which is on and off good. That's just because sometimes they get a little rowdy. And she's used to defending herself from Aloha, so she doesn't mess around. She fights to the death. Oh man, the seal. It'd sure be great if I could pick this up without being foiled by a demon, then it gets eaten by Leviathan, who then challenges me to a battle. I should be able to... Before I start this... Greatsword... Yeah, I don't really have... This negates ice magic. I don't think Tidal Wave counts as ice. I don't think it does. I don't remember if the game treats water and ice as the same. It's been too long. Pretty sure it doesn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I need coral rings. For water specifically. Alright, I just wanted to see if I had any sort of equipment that would help. If anything, the Aegis is probably the best way to go. I can't see colors very well, Matthew, so I wouldn't think of it anyway. I'm far more concerned about magic damage than I am anything else. So if I can bump my magic defense at all, that would be preferred. She has plenty of magic defense. And I think they also, yeah, they also have plenty of magic defense. Okay. Enhancer is going to be good for this. The Flame Ring might be a good pickup anyway, just because the magic defense on it's really good. Yeah, I think I'll do that anyway, just for the magic defense. Alright, and then we'll ether that. Yeah, don't worry, I wasn't planning on it. And let me just take a quick peek at my mix options. Regen, Sap, Confuse, gives a target Dragon and Heavy type. But weak to weapons that are strong against dragons. Absorb Ice, Absorb Thunder. I have Mighty Guard, so I'm just going to do that. Float, Berserk. Protect and Shell. Yeah, I don't really have a method of dealing with that, but I do have offensive options. Probably just go straight up. Probably just go Succubus Kiss again. Probably just mix some level ups. Mighty Guard, mix some level ups, and then Succubus Kiss spam on 2. As long as Tidal Wave doesn't one-shot either of my mixers, I should just be able to out-heal and kill Leviathan pretty easily. So hopefully with Mighty Guard I can just survive. That wasn't what I wanted. Oh boy. I mean, oh God, I did it by accident again. I accidentally defended twice. With like double input. They're not really essential to this. There. Now Tidal Wave shouldn't be much of a threat. What was it? Holy Water and Antidote? If anything, I'm just gonna Meteor until they die. Because when they die, I'm probably not getting them back up. Although Meteor damage is really good. Turtle Shell, Maiden's Kiss. That's with plus 10 levels. Maiden's Kiss, Turtle Shell. Nah. The noodle has been disturbed by the thunder. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, that's less fine. I didn't remember that that had the potential to insta-kill. And now I'm in trouble. Alright, what is the mix for... I mean, I also started this in a terrible state. Phoenix down and a potion is easy. Oh my god, how did that do? That did 1,600? Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to redo some of that because... I'm gonna guess that's because I had the fucking Flame Ring equipped. Give you a Protect Ring. Do not give you the Cursed Ring. Yeah, this time with less flubs. Because I botched that intro super bad. Also, for tail, put them in the back row. There's no point in them being in the front row anymore. Mix, drink. Yeah, I mean, that's all fine. I'm just gonna leave that on, too. Yeah, I wasted a ton of turns there, so I did that to myself, realistically. Same deal, Mighty Guard to start. I'm gonna instantly start, I think. Just hitting. right away. That was a lot of damage. Maybe I should have waited. Not the ability I wanted. Eat bees. Oh, well, that's fucked up. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Oh, god damn it. Well, sure, better hope they survive until Entangle is gone. Oh, of course he double tidal waves me. Triple tidal waves me. Good luck. You're on your own. I'm not resin. I fucking hate Entangle. That regen, I wish it ticked faster, man. Regen ticks so fucking slow. Yeah, he's dead. This is gonna be fucking terrible. Why does he have to entangle? Like, every time I try to start using Succubus Kiss, the boss counters it. Pretty sure they just counter magic in general. This is not good. And there's no way for me to prevent it. Hello, Thunder. The worst is that I auto-saved before doing all those changes. Fuck, dude. I mean, I guess I gotta just Goliath tonic. I gotta take some turns to actually Goliath tonic on Bart's. And just drink a few things. Once his levels doubled and all that, he probably can't die. Like, it'd be really tough. He would at least be able to survive Entangle until another Succubus Kiss. Yeah, so Bart's is... Actually, if that's the case, then... Do I have anything... Yeah, because his magic stat is way lower. Yeah, I don't really have much of a choice, though. Alright. That's gonna have to be the play. I will not Meteor until a later point in time. You know what would have helped? Would have helped a lot. If I had some sealed weapons before I came here. Actually, I don't think that would have helped much at all, but maybe a little bit. The thing Leviathan is like 40,000 health. I could try Shadow Flaring it. I don't know if Shadow Flare is gonna land. I could try it. I'll try it on Cryo at the very least. What is it? Double dark matter? Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna land. There's Dark Breath, which will do a few thousand. That might actually do more. Dragon Breath? I wonder if Dragon Breath... Just misses, dude. Yeah, I gotta... Ow? Ow? Can I get some high rolls on this meteor? Holy shit, that was nice. That's not nice. Oh, now you don't want to entangle anyone. Alright, that was exactly the target I was hoping you wouldn't do that to. And there's the entangles. That's not a nightingale. Alright, that's a good entangle target. And she's free already. That's a good nightingale. Come on, big rolls, big rolls, big rolls. Those were good rolls. Don't like the bees. Good. Alright, that's Lena dead, but I don't really care anymore. I think we're far enough along that that's not a concern. Yeah. So many turtle shells. Not what I want to see. So many turtle shells. Thank you, Leviathan. If I ever get Summoner back, I'll be really glad to have you. Actually, I'm happy. Alright, we really need to... I need those turtle shells, and I need to do shopping. I need consumables, man. I only have 17 Phoenix Downs and 37 high. I need all of this. If I'm gonna keep using... I need tents, I need cottages. I don't even need items for the characters anymore. I need the fucking, like, just generic restoratives. That was an accident. Please, okay. I wasn't sure what they were. Activate the shield. We don't have it. It's broken. Alright, get me out of here. And now I can go to the sealed temple. No. I think it's on the east side. I always forget where this fucking thing is. Because that's Surgate. There's Boko. Here it is. Get ready to teleport the fuck out. Because I also don't want to do any of these encounters. Although I don't think this encounter is that bad at this point. I think he does zombie breath is the big thing, and I can't one-shot him. Let's just not deal. Let's just step in the other direction. Leave me alone. X-Death Soul is good for farming dark matters, but I don't remember what it does. It also has a lot of health. I think it has like 40-something thousand health. Well, those are barrier dragons. And yeah, I'm pretty... Oh, that's... Yep. Now I remember. Yeah, that one's a no. That one has to be done the old-fashioned way. Yeah, these things always drop dark matters. I think the other ones also always drop dragon fangs. So this ends up being a good spot for both, as long as you can pretty safely kill them over and over again. Alright, we're just grabbing all 12 weapons. I wonder if they're going to give the rest of the sealed weapons to one of the other bosses in Fork Tower Magic. Because I still am not convinced Omniscient is the final boss of the other Fork Tower. Like, not the final boss. Definitely a boss in there. Because the Magitar is the Minotaur, except he has the sealed weapons. I think he even has one of the tablets on his back. If I'm remembering his design correctly. He has the Holy Lance, he has the Rune Axe, he has the Assassin's Dagger. Like, he's got a handful of them. He can also actually cast Holy. Well, Enuo is what I was thinking it was going to be. I was pretty sure they were looking to go for an Enuo angle. If there were 3 zones, I would assume we would be getting 2 Fork Towers and the Sealed Temple. But we're only getting 2 zones, so the other Fork Tower is the very likely component to all of it. Oh yeah, and he has the Sage's Staff. That's the one I was forgetting. Yeah, I mean, there could be an Atamos in there. It would make sense. It's like all Amdapori shit. At the very least, I won't be surprised if anyone... Because after you beat the Magitar, you look through the notes, and there's somebody who, like, lived at the apex of Fork Tower. Who studied, like, everything. Alright, I can go... I mean, there's the Phoenix Tower. Obviously, there's getting Mime, which is kind of pointless because I don't have it set to be rolled. Like, nobody can re-roll me onto Mime. There's Bahamut, obviously, that I haven't done. But unless I get Summoner, I don't... Oh, I need to go get the Magic Lamp also. God, I hate having to come back here and put each seal in, each tablet in individually. It's like, bro, I have all 4. Just let me pick all the weapons. So we still have to go to Phantom Village as well. Alright, and that's all 12 of the sealed weapons. Alright, X-Death. In terms of the usefulness on my immediate jobs, not a whole lot. Really more of a future-proofing thing. Air Knife Eroga is still a good option. I should just use Enhancer on them anyway. I can't even use, like, the majority of the weapons. Can use the Yoichi bow. I mean, you can use the Assassin's Dagger, and I guess you could use this. I don't have a great spread of options when it comes to being able to use the sealed weapons. Hence why it wasn't much of a priority. Yeah, fortunately, that particular weapon is good at killing X-Death souls. Unfortunately, he's also very adept at killing me. Can you stop just insta-killing people, please? It's not very cool, man. If I had rapid fire, it wouldn't matter if it was cool or not. He'd be dead. That's not how colorblind works for the most part, Matthew. Yeah, that's just because YouTube's busted, Lial. It just does that from time to time. It's on that plenty. That's just going live on YouTube is fucking trash. Wish that enemy, at the very least, dropped Gill. I should probably go get some more turtle shells anyway. They're not, Kagome. I don't know why you would think that. I'm answering questions. Yeah, I gotta fucking... God damn it, I didn't mean to go into the Interdimensional Rift yet. Oh no, it's about to get even worse. Mithril, thanks for the 5 gifted subs.
subscriptions to the community.
That's how YouTube works, Chocobo, for the most part, unless you change it. Water sounds good. Yeah, I guess Time Mage isn't really much of a loss. I'll take it. That increases my... Well, now I really have to go back out. I was already going to leave the Interdimensional Rift anyway. But that increases my playability. Well, I mean, actually, that opens up one of the most important things. I passed it like 6 fucking times, but you know. Air Knife. Air Knife Sildra is my friend. Oh, I should probably run Gold Hairpin. Thank you for the gifted subs. I need more fucking turtle shells. We do love Air Knife Sildra. A staple. We'll farm a few more turtle shells just to have some excess. Those drop elixirs? The zoos? Oh, you know what? I think I had the same realization the last time I played. Because I don't normally kill a whole lot of them. And I feel like I remember seeing an elixir going, what? That can happen? Alright, I don't want to spend too long on... How fucking far? 108. I can actually do random encounters with Air Knife Sildra. Still MP intensive, but I can do them now. Which is good, because I'm about to climb North Mountain. I should probably go to Odin first. Odin's gonna be another mix fight. For the most part. I don't have very many good damage sources against him. It might behoove me to go to Bahamut first, because I'm trying to remember if Final Fantasy V is a reflect kill Bahamut. Pretty sure Carbuncle basically negates all of it. Because that's what you do in Final Fantasy IV. But I always forget if you can do which, because some games you can, some games you can't. 4 is the only one I remember every time for certain that you can. But I'm pretty sure 5 is on that list too. Of Bahamut reflect games. It's only 4? I don't remember. The fact that I have to question it tells me that I'm probably wrong, because I already know there's a game it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work in 4, guess what other game it wouldn't fucking work in? There's a process of elimination that happens here. I can't really statue farm without level 5 death. It's not a good idea without level 5 death. How many turtle shells am I at? 53. I'll get a few more. At this point, I'm gonna end the game with 50 fucking turtle shells. Oh no, Howling! Come on. Actually, there is one. Is it my choice or yours? Yeah, I'm not fucking using gold needles. That's not time efficient. Oh my god. It's the double hydrated cape. Oh no, with the 10 guys, you're gonna change my whole comp and then I'm gonna have to farm all over again. Unless you want to use multiple rerolls on the same one after seeing the result. Alright, Howling went first, so he gets a wind reroll. I'm okay with that. I haven't actually played Monk at all, but your reroll might immediately get undone, because K-Brown technically has too. K-Brown can either hand those choices off to me, or they can go from there. Thank you for... I mean, listen, I want the gifted subs. Put me through whatever you're going to put me through, but still. Oh, Earth and... Come on, you're like... the whole point of me farming this was that. Bard is okay. And Samurai is okay. It just... Now all these fucking turtle shells are useless. I would argue that's actually a pretty good comp overall. I would, but the point, it's not AoE, man. If it's not AoE, it's not worth using. Because you have to do it 5 times. Which is awful. Okay. Ranger became Bard. I think Ferris... Yeah, Ferris is my mastered Bard. And... Blue Mage became Monk. I'm gonna make you my Monk. Well, actually, yeah, I don't think it matters. I think he has the right skills. Regardless. And then... I will change you into my Samurai. And so I can't even use... I'm gonna have to do some leveling. The good news is I can use Masamune. That's the positive here. Ideally, I want Monk. I want Monk's traits on everyone else, is the only concern with this. Well, I don't need to farm these anymore. Well, that should make Odin far more manageable. Okay, good job, mate. Like every other dungeon in the game, we hold down. We're getting nutty. Oh, I need to put him in the front row. I just remembered. He is still back rowing as Monk. Front row, front row. Oh no! Well, not even the job switching. Again, it's just without level 5 death or a good method of instantly KOing them all in a single attack. It just isn't fast. Alright, I should stop using Sildra again. I was doing that in case I got a Skull Eater. Should probably refrain unless I get... I was gonna say I'm gonna get a Skull Eater right now after saying that. Yeah, it's not even worth farming the statues unless you can kill them ultra fast. I mean, it is worth, but, like, you really don't want it to take very long. And you don't want to have to reset or buy new items. Having to buy gold needles would be one of the... I mean, there's an NPC not far that sells them, but, like... Yeah, these squirrels are fine. But, the Skull Eaters, on the other hand, are a little less fine. Here they are, by the way. Alright, Romeo's Ballad doesn't work on them. Yeah, because then they do that to me, and that also sucks. Then I need my needles for myself. Yeah, farming the statues as soon as you can in a traditional playthrough. Not hyper necessary, but, you know, pretty good. One minute is all I've got. Oh my god, that did a lot more damage than I thought it was going to. I'm gonna die here. There's no way I can beat him fast enough. I have, like, no buffs. Alright, no, okay. The Zeninages were enough. I didn't think the Zeninages were gonna be enough to help kill him in time. If he did a second Zantetsuken, I was dead. I love it when money solves my problems. Unfortunately, I actually don't have that much Gill. Much to my own displeasure. Here's some Gill. Go away. It's not bribe. Run, Kryl, run! Hey, Skull Eater, what's... I didn't mean to throw money at him. Hey, can you flee? That's fine. That'll do. At least they drop elixirs. It's crazy how many enemies drop elixirs in this game. Yeah, Zoo also dropped them. Just plain old Zoo. Like I said, it's surprising. It's, well, plenty of enemies. That's not even it. It's not even all of them. Ship graveyard enemies drop them, yeah. Yes, solo white mage. Ugh. Hundreds of elixirs. Yay. That's thrilling. Alright. Got Castle Ball. All right, we gotta go to Phantom Village. Phantom Village is where we can get our Black Chocobo back. Hey, look, it's Africa. See the forest? It's like a mini Africa. I guess actually, since it's smaller, because of the shorter like leg on the right, it's really more like a chat box. We are in the Phantom Village. We found it. Alright, this is the shop, the item shops, where they do sell elixirs. Alright, trying to remember where all the secret entrances are. Most of them being behind the house. Alright, there's one up here. Yep, thief knife. Gotta ride a Chocobo around the world. Sure. I love riding Chocobos around the world. Get out of my way, idiot. This town has 2 merchants in every store. It also has a piano. Hold on, I gotta raise this again. A piano virtuoso indeed. Okay, that did nothing. After a bit more practice. I wonder what piano I'm missing. Well, we can't use all the ninja stuff. Normally I would buy a bunch of Fuma Shurikens for the end, but... more Regal, yeah. I made sure I had them all in both of the other worlds, so I've got to just be missing. Well, let me rephrase. I made sure I had all the ones that were missable. I do have Stay of the Realm today, yep. Alright, before I go to the Black Chocobo, let me check the magic shop. Toad. Might as well buy it. Oh, Stay of the Realm will be at, it'll be an hour earlier today, so it'll be in about 2 hours. Oh, My stream time hasn't changed. Nothing else has. Well, I technically don't need any of these right now, but yeah, with how little Gill I have. Now we're talking about Fork Tower. We do love enhancing the ability to use Sword Dance. No, I'm happy. You're fucking right I am. Alright, back at the inn. Or back at the tavern. Let's go get our Chocobo so we can go get Bahamut. Hey, buddy. I also need to take Boko up and around. Is there anywhere I can land near Boko with the Black Chocobo? I really need to remember to get the lamp before I fucking forget. Alright, yeah, there's this here. Any forest nearby, Boko? Nope. Not that actually I can reach you from. Okay. I will do this first then. Qua? Qua! Here it is. Nope, didn't mean to defend. Work! This desert's one of the best leveling spots, if I recall anyway. For Gill, EXP, everything. So it probably would behoove me to spend a little bit of time here. Ow! What the? These things hurt. Do. Air Knife Sildra. Yeah, it's 3,000 Gill per encounter. It's pretty good. That's 2 ethers per encounter. Definitely a time where turning on the Gill cheat is very tempting. No, Lapras looks like Sildra. We like Sildra more than Lapras here. Pretend this one happened first. Unfortunately, the drops here aren't very good. This one definitely did not happen first. I wholeheartedly assure you that the first 151 Pokemon came before this game. But still. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy V actually did come out earlier. I always think that it's more like a 95 game. Although then again, 96. Yeah, alright, so Lapras copied us. So this still stands then. That's true though, I don't have a good grasp on it because it didn't come out in the fucking States until later. For us, Lapras came first. Because we didn't get it till Anthology. This thing's got a lot of health. Okay. Thank you for the Prime sub, Corey. Not me fucking panicking immediately. Four was US 2. Yep, we got 1, 4, and 6. Those are the ones that we got. Okay, the answer is yes. It doesn't matter if it's toned down. Yes, it was 2. R2 was 4. Okay, yeah, I don't want to use any MP in here, because this dungeon's going to be a joke other than Bahamut at the top. When Final Fantasy VII came out, I was asking what the fuck happened to 4, 5, and 6, but what I should have been asking is what the fuck happened to 2, 3, and 5. Shout out to Angry Video Game Nerd. Because he clearly needed a shout out. What do you call the keys then, bats? Great lines. Great lines. Quality content. I haven't watched any of his things in the last year, probably. I should catch up. They were better. They were getting better and better. He was still doing better episodes as time went on. I probably caught like 1 episode in the last year. Alright, well, big moment of truth coming up at least. Oh, Bahamut. Why does Ferris look so excited right there? It's like, Bahamut! I can't believe it! I think the Final Fantasy VI episode might have been the last episode I watched, actually. No, I think I've seen one other after that. Moment of truth. I don't remember if he actually even uses physical attacks here. That's not going to be good for you, pal. I like that Romeo's ballad works, though. Not a big fan of the very low amount of time that it lasts, but you know. Oh, Carbuncle is gone. That could be a problem. That's a big problem. Damn it! Stop! He saw. I should have slowed him. Wait. I was just like, wait, can I slow him? Do I have any way to do that even? Pretty sure I don't. Right, that goes through that too. Well, it works on Atomic Ray, but unfortunately doesn't work on literally anything else, so... Good luck, Sildra. I think it's a race against time, Sildra. Mega Flare is reflectable. Yeah, just keep doing it, man. Just hit me with another one. It's not only does reflect work, but he gets so mad that it doesn't work that he just keeps trying. That's funny. Easy game for babies the whole time. Lena survived how she would have died. Poisoned. Nothing new here. Pack it up and let's go. Yeah, I don't have good sustain in any capacity here. I kind of didn't even think about it. This party has no healing. I have... No, that's not true. I have 1 bit of healing. Sylph. Yeah, Bahamut's greatest weakness is definitely himself. Hello, N7? Hello? It's going pretty good. I'm making some good progress. I should be able to get into the Interdimensional Rift. I won't be able to finish Neo X Death today, but I should be able to get into the Interdimensional Rift. I probably spend like the first bit of tomorrow finishing the run, and then I'll probably do 14 after that. Oh, well, yeah, I'll do a bit of 14 because I want to do the Kingdom Hearts 1 crowd control. But we have the live letter coming up, so I just want to make sure there's a bit of 14 mixed in. We Colton. I still have a lot of coins that need getting. We should probably farm the desert for a little bit. Yeah, there's maintenance. That doesn't really affect me in any way, but yeah, there is. Crowd control is where people on Twitch pay money to fuck with my game. I actually should look at what the crowd control for Kingdom Hearts 1 even has. I'd assume spawning Heartless is one of them. There's a lot of things I can assume it does. I wonder if there's one that says make Donald heal. Donald will only heal. I'm actually really curious. I'm gonna read through it. Spawn Sephiroth. That'd be fucked up. That'd be like spawning Melania. Somebody said there's... Oh, maybe it's only in beta. It might not be doable yet, because I don't see it here. But somebody said that they were adding it. Maybe it's just something... Yeah, it's probably something that's in beta and not public yet, so I'll have to wait a little bit to do that anyway. Their betas don't usually last very long for games. They're normally pretty quick to get those out. Yeah, they added Blueprints Mikoverse. God, I haven't seen a Miko video in God knows how long. Schedule 1 is... Yeah, I knew Schedule 1 was there. I wanted to host a server between Sophie and Sophie, Sam, and maybe like, I don't know, maybe one other person, and do crowd control Schedule 1. We were playing Schedule 1 like a month and a half ago together. We did like one play session of it. It was pretty funny. Well, I mean, it just hooks into the game's programming and lets them do whatever with it. Man, I want to open more cardboard crack. Do it. No, I can't spend the money on it. Not until I know for certain what's happening with my mother. And even then, I have things I need to fix first. I have not gotten the good news. Well, I mean, in theory, the good news is in the next week and a half. But, I mean, until it's in my pocket, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't mean anything until it's actually in my pocket. Well, not all of it, no, but some of it. Yeah, I'm getting withdrawals. In theory, that's what she's saying. I won't believe her for a second until it's in my bank account. She said it should be another week or two. And she has housing covered by the state at this point until she does get it. I take everything she says with a grain of salt at this point, though. Oh yes, the house is gone. She settled. Well, yeah, she settled out of court to take care of it. Didn't get as much as she was gonna sell, or at least, again, whatever she's saying. She's saying they settled out of court for less than the selling price that she was going to get, but I refuse to believe it. How much Gill do I have? I should probably just get to like 100,000 Gill. I don't really need all these levels. I don't think I mean, the levels are going to help with Neo X stuff, but not really a whole lot. No, from my understanding of the document, she just filed the paperwork incorrectly and didn't file it to everyone she needed to file it to. So she paid off the house, but didn't put the paperwork through correctly, and the courts warned her she needed to do it, and she never did it. So she was lazy was the problem. Lazy and unattentive. Or I guess lazy, just unattentive. Because I acquired all the documentation. So she just effectively still accomplished the same thing. Yeah, she settled out of quarter because she literally had nothing. And I wasn't going to keep paying for her to live. I've done that enough in my fucking life. Trust me, the situation is beyond fucked. Oh, I have, trust me when I say I've laid into her many a times over this situation. I mean, all of chat did too. I've raised a fucking $100,000 for her from chat. That pisses me off more than anything. My money going to waste is one thing. That's a totally different story. Also, I need to use a cottage. And every time it looks like I'm gonna get something back, constantly get fucked. Because she was gonna sell the house. She was supposed to have the house sold literally right around that time. And then that would have been it. Oh, right. A tent's only 100. Such is life. I can tell you right now, if I had that money, I'd be buying some more cards. Because I wouldn't have any problems in my life. I'd be buying some fucking cards. The haul, you won't even know what I would have done. If that entire sequence, if that entire, like, let's just say that my life went exactly the same minus all the money I gave her over the years. Oh my god, you have no idea. That shit's a tax write-off for me, man. I make content around it. Can't go wrong. Technically, that's still the reality for me now, but I'm just choosing not to. Because I'd rather not throw away that. Throw it away, in quotes, not really, but you know what I mean. Like, technically, it's just money not going to the government at the end of the year. But I could still use it for other things that are more important. Can you give me my turn? Either way. I just want that part of my life behind me. I want my money back, but want that part of my life behind me. If I do get even a portion of it back, which is realistically all I'm gonna get. Yeah, there's a cat in there right now too. Sausage is in there right now. Living her best life. She's been in there all stream. She loves it. It's cat noodles. Yeah, I'm gonna burn through this MP, and that should be more than enough. Yeah, she needs to move over. I'm gonna squeeze in. Get a quick nap in before State of the Realm. Just gonna ball myself up in there. Hydrating. Got a little bit of coffee, a little bit of hydration. At least they'll get that monk on. I would love to get everyone the HP trait for monk. It would be so... I mean, because a lot of them don't have good secondary traits. Because they have to be, like, between what's on the screen right now. Yeah, it's funny because for me, the 5 cats are kind of like, I don't know, they keep me on my guard. And I don't mind that. If that makes sense. Yeah, 5 cats. Ivy plus 4. Simplest way to do the math. Ivy handled flying across. I still can't believe Ivy handled flying across the United States as smoothly as she did. I really thought that was going to go way worse, or be way more of a headache. Getting through security was a little bit of a headache, but realistically not nearly as much as I thought it was going to be. Oh no, the cats never try to really swarm my food. They sometimes, like 1 or 2 of them might like come around and sniff, but no, it's only during their actual feeding time is there any chaos there. Do 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 do. How much MP do I have? 100? Yeah, okay, I'll just burn through that. That's what the... I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm gold hairpinning that. Do I really? Yeah, I guess I'll do Phoenix Tower. Trying to think if I really want to do Phoenix Tower, or if I just want to go through the Interdimensional Rift. Do need to grab the lamp. Don't worry, didn't forget. The lamp will be grabbed. Nice MP, by the way. Yeah, there's the 10% HP at least. Yeah, the problem is how long it takes the Master Summoner makes it kind of hard to utilize super well. Because ideally, if I could just have 4 Summoners, I could roll through Neo X-Death. Magic Lamp at the very beginning, and then just roll through all the Summoners. Just spam Summon. Oh yeah, I always forget about that. I'm surprised Sly even let me do Stay of the Realm then. Today. Figured he'd have shut that shit down ASAP. Be like, no, it's Rido Day. But I skipped last week, so... And I have guests set up for this week. I have enough for one more. I think I played Sly 14 with Sly one time ever. To be fair, one of our guests had the contingency we had to start an hour earlier. Can anyone figure out why we had to start an hour earlier? And I'm not saying I have a problem with it, but I'm just saying that, like, for them to be on today, we had to start an hour earlier. Can anyone figure out why? Path of Exile. New league. Alright, I'm gonna start going through the Interdimensional Rift. Yeah, the league starts at 4 Eastern. Or at the very least, that's what they said PoE at 4. Alright, let me... I guess I should buy some more items first. Because with no sustain, I'm really going to need it. I don't really have a good solution to that. Other than to just stock up. Little worried about Neo Exta. Tiny bit worried about not having any way of kind of getting through that succinctly. This is not the shop I need. I'm just going to go to the Phantom Village. Don't know why I didn't just stop down there when I was here already. Interdimensional Rift do be a good dungeon. I have got to use the restroom after I do this shop also. Bladder is yelling at me right now. As Sly would say, go piss, girl. I mean, I don't drink that much. This is all the coffee I drink in a day now. But I like quadrupled my water intake. That's where it really comes in. Do they not have? Oh no, they did. I bought ethers here. Okay. All right, I'm gonna pee real quick. Pee. I see Sausage didn't much appreciate being left alone in the cat noodles. Because she vacated. Oh. Okay. Had to help with something real quick, too. While I was up, no sausage in the noodles. Alright, let's start going through the Interdimensional Rift. I shouldn't really need... I mean... Phoenix is probably a good get right now. In all actuality. Phoenix is actually a pretty useful thing for my current comp to have, just in case. I can probably ignore the magic pots. I mean, I have plenty of elixirs. I don't think the job EXP is really going to help that much. The ability points. Don the Mantle of Mentor. God. By association alone, I can't do it. I don't want that crown anywhere near me. Ow! Well, might as well just kill the damn thing. Hate that. Oh, that's not good. These things are really healthy is the problem. If I don't keep them perma-stopped, it could be very bad. Alright. Well, now I get to... oh, I didn't buy cottages, you fucking idiot. Why did I not buy any cottages? Maybe they don't sell them there, so I didn't see them. Hold on. At the very least, I can buy tents right here. Let me just buy some tents. Not quite as good. And I might as well just do this while I'm here, too. Alright, let's go get Phoenix and then Interdimensional Rift. Oh, and the lamp. Never forget the lamp. In fact, let's go get the lamp first. No, let's do this. We're already here. Lamp is after. We definitely need the lamp. I hate these things so much. Stop making me fight them. Well, you know what? I got away. Cost a life, but I made it. Yeah, I have like, what, 8 elixirs? Ugh. I should just... Hold on. I don't want to do any of the encounters in here. It doesn't look like there's an order. I was going to say, I don't think there's an order to the floors. Oh, no. There is. I thought the wiki would have the order. I was very surprised when it didn't. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, you're petrified? Alright. I will free you, I guess. Yeah, this one's left. Then it's right. Yeah, I don't want to do any of the extras right now. Hey, nice, Death Knight. Excellent. I want to buy more packs, but I can't justify the cost of the packs. Not at the moment, at least. This is the 7th floor. It's left. Yeah, fortunately for Phoenix Tower, we really are just climbing, so shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, Magic the Gathering Arena will give you an idea of how to play Standard, but if you want to learn Commander, which is probably the better bet, as everyone's told me, since I'm not super knowledgeable either, then you probably do want to go to the shop and just learn Commander that way. Hi, Cinnamon. Your turn in the cat noodles? Let's see if Cinnamon enjoys being a cat noodle. I picked the wrong one. Give me Elixir. I'm giving him Elixir. Oh, I need to get rid of that. Oh, that's nice, Veltus. Yeah, that's what we were talking about the other day. In fact, just yesterday. And the day before that, really. We're talking about how fast it is. Being a bit much. Happy 13th. Friday the 13th. I was like, huh? What are you talking about? It's not my 13th birthday. Fucking hate this skill so much. Stop! Alright, we're running. Oh, you can't. Well, that's poppycock. I guess I should just manually wait to ballad these things. You know, my father was born on a Friday the 13th. In July, but not, you know, but still a Friday the 13th. If that's not an allegory for my life, I don't know what is. That's... okay. As long as they're stopped and they can't counter. Hey, look, Yanuki. Yeah, we just want the Gill. This is 16. 17 is left. Okay, that doesn't bother me at all. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Why every single set is left, left, right? Or they have been. I don't remember being so predictable. It feels nice to actually be able to kill random encounters again. For Ianuki, unleash an attack that hits all enemies. Okay, so that's gonna make things a lot easier too, I think. Hey, I know that skill. It might be worth swapping. What would you say to exchanging gold and silver for Arcanite? You mean Sanguinite? It's called Sanguinite. And no. It should be earned from doing Fork Tower. Even if you've beaten Fork Tower, I don't think that's a good idea. Because then it's just an excuse to not do Fork Tower. If you're not doing Fork Tower, you don't need Sanguinite. 22nd floor. Now it's right first. Oh! I mean, yeah, sure. I honestly forgot that was even called Arcanite. I just buy it. It's just the item. Hey, don't forget, Veiltus. I mean, I don't know if I'll have a discount code for it still by then, but if I still have a discount code, don't forget to use the card shop. Who knows? I'll probably be working with them for a bunch of card stuff. Okay, all right. For fucking serious, they all. And I can't escape. That's so fucking stupid. Yeah, but the tome ratio inside of OC is fucking atrocious. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Yo, get me... I'd rather... Listen, I would rather get anything that and not use tomes. Tome should not be the only answer. Yeah, the cyber... I will definitely... My discount code will definitely be working for the Cyber Sleuth set. Yeah, Tome should not be the only way. About using grading companies? Oh, that shit's a scam. I mean, if it adds value... Unfortunately, I have to also be real. If it adds value by having it officially graded... Great, but it's a fucking scam and a half. There's no denying that. I think everyone who even grades them anyway also is pretty well aware that shit's an Omega scam. Bro, you know how you can tell what condition it's in? By fucking looking at it. Guess what they do? They look at it, they go, and then they just fucking stamp a number on it. Shit, if I could get paid to do that, I'd do it. Oh, it looks pretty good. What a fucking career option that they opened up. And then they're like, it's a lot more work than that. No, it's not. Stop fucking lying to yourself. You might take it real seriously, but it's not more work than that. Why is he in the wall? He's trying to... He just got stuck. He's waiting for Stepbrother to come out and help him out of the wall. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't think this game needs a remake treatment. I don't think it's a good idea. Better off just doing HD 2D for pretty much all the old games. Yeah, I'm sure that some people send cards in to get graded, and then they get graded and they're worth a shit ton, and they can't afford to actually pay the percentage cut. Yep, it's like winning anything that isn't cash from any sort of sweepstakes, or like you have to pay taxes on that. Like pimp my ride. Most of those people sold those cars because they couldn't afford the value of the things that were put in the car that they had to pay taxes on. Thank you, you. Fuck, I don't have... I gotta walk out of this fucking tower. Because I don't have a time mage. Oh my god, why do they always go for her? How are they so smart? Oh yeah, no, if you win a car, they give you the option of just cashing out, like getting a prize equal to the value. You take that every time and just pay the taxes on the cash. I don't think that's why they're targeting her. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that's probably not why they're targeting her. I could just be imagining things, though. I'm more annoyed that I have to walk down the tower than anything else. Oh, she's out of MP. And they put my Ianuki person to sleep, you motherfucker. Yeah, that's the life you live in a 4-job fiesta. Well, you know what? I'll take it all the same. I am accepting of this punishment. I got about an hour-ish until State of the Realm. Should have used some ethers out of combat real quick. Stop. Oh, don't. Please just die. Alright. I swear they know every time to get rid of her. Even the fucking roulette knows. Gotta climb down, and then I get the lamp. I'm probably just gonna set the lamp up on phase 1 of X-Death. I could set it up before, but I think it really is gonna be the difference maker. I just wish I could run from the fights in here. Oh, hate that. She's probably fucking dead. I'm so annoyed. It's not random. It always picks her. I refuse to believe that it's random. Well, I mean, I don't know what your stopping point is, but, I mean, it is what it is. Hi, sausage. Wait, did Cinnamon go in? No, he didn't. You want to go back into your cat noodle sausage? You didn't like when I got up earlier. Do do do. Do 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 do. Can't be reconciled. I don't think it's that serious. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Makes it sound like it broke your heart. It broke my heart. It had sex with my wife. This makes it sound a lot more serious than I think it is. Just like, I just didn't enjoy it anymore. Reconciled implies some sort of like harm that was done that needs to be mended. Like you have to sit down and have a discussion with it. Like, listen, Final Fantasy 14. There was so much Wooklamat. I just don't know if we can ever be. I don't know if we can even be friends. Hello, Ron. It implies an immense gravitas. Do 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 do. There's a hole that keeps bleeding in my heart. My heart, it beats for you. Do, 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 do. Alright, lamp. I gotta go get the airship. I gotta go over to Boko. I gotta ride Boko up to the place. Oh, Boko. And then I can do a little bit of Interdimensional Rift. Yeah, this will only be, I guess, like... I could even do this at the end of the stream, probably. Tomorrow, instead of at the start. I love lamp. No, seriously, I love that lamp. That lamp is great. I've never looked at a lamp before and been so enthralled. But that lamp speaks to me. Oh, I was gonna say, I didn't see if Sausage climbs back into that. They didn't. Hey, cats, any of you want to get in the cat noodles? Listen, with how comfy Sausage was, Sausage will be back for the noodles. I should grab cottages. Oh, I should also check a few towns. Hi, Sausage. I was just talking about you. Where's the hidden wall? There it is. Yeah, I definitely didn't grab this one. There goes the cam again. I'm glad it's going now and not later. It actually took a lot longer to go this time. I don't want it to go at all, mind you, but still. It didn't like the piano. Do they have cottages here? Phoenix Downs, high potions. No, your internet will not shut my camera down, don't worry. I can blame chat for a lot of things. That's not one of them. And then I gotta go back to Crescent. And talk to the homeboy. Enjoy my musical prowess. Sinewy Etude. And Hero's Rhyme. Those were what we were looking for. Those will come in a lot of handy. And now, Interdimensional Rift. Ah. I love that the Interdimensional Rift just docks me. I didn't use the cottage before I came out here. Level 100 jot. Oh, yeah, I get what you were saying. I was confused for a brief moment. Do. Let me step outside and use the cottage first. Should have rested at the inn, realistically, but... And then we'll do I've got like 30 minutes of Interdimensional Rift time. Which, honestly, is enough to do most of it if I just kind of zoom through. Do. I'll take it. I don't know. Well, I guess it depends. Stopping enemies in a place like this is really nice. Yeah, might as well. As someone who has every relic, might as well was not an uncommon thought process for me. Let me in. You know, all the fiends, you could have just not shown yourself to me here. And could have surprised me entirely when I was inside. Weird flex. They'll be like, hey, we're here. I'll be like, okay. Yes, this is where I would have learned... I actually can learn a lot of things from these enemies, but this is a Roga and any of the level checker items. The job rolls have been good today, thus far. They weren't for a bit, and honestly, I'm still in a mildly rough scenario. With no sustain. Which means a lot... Oh my god! Okay, he died. I have to use a lot of items to sustain myself. Yeah, I'll take mildly rough. Hello, Ghidra. That's not good. Can I run from this? Oh, right. Never mind, it's dead. Yanuki's the answer to that one. I got my elixir back at least. Yeah, I can actually kill enemies now, which is nice. I don't have to run from every fucking encounter. Do. Got the fucking rune chime for Geo, god. Yay, a blood sword. Yeah, we are in the Interdimensional Rift. Omega is in here. I didn't farm the items I would need to realistically beat him. I think that's probably for the better. I technically have a comp that can, but it wouldn't be great. Do. I was okay with the story by the end. I am not a fan of blind fan service without it being integrated well. So I'm just being like, We want to throw old Final Fantasy bosses in here. I don't know, there's some book on some world that mentions this. I was like, really? That's what we're getting, explanation-wise? Well, I mean, making it mandatory might just mean I never finish the run, so it's probably not a good idea. Well, Bard was at its strongest in Heaven's Ward. The end of Heaven's Ward, but Heaven's Ward. Clair Obscure is great. I can't wait to 100% it a second time. Yeah, 3.4 Bard was the strongest Bard ever was. Bard just kind of flew under the radar in Stormblood. Like, people just played it. They were like, okay, Bard. Why is that middle one such a bitch? Yeah, very inoffensive. Basically, still the base blueprint of how it is now. Except now, you know, Fizz range as a whole gets, you get looked at a little closer. Like, are we okay with this? Why is it always just one? I think it's because it's stopped, so it can't avoid it. Do not bring back TP. No. You stop it right now. Right meow. Oh, that's not good. That's especially not good. You're welcome, Key. Excuse me. I gotta cough again. Effective. Not thrilled about that Monk's. I mean, Monk's not going to be the worst thing ever, but Kick's not exactly great against Neo X Death. No, probably not. Might go see How to Train Your Dragon. I can't even be asked with superhero movies like 90% of the time anymore. I don't care if they're DC or Marvel. I very rarely go to the movies at all, period. Well, I mean, yeah, don't fucking overspend, but Pixel Remaster 3 is way better. Jesus. I hate these things. Alright, they're all dead. Yeah, I'll mostly just catch them at home, if anything. I think that guarantees that Ianuki will kill them all. Could have just waited, I guess. Do 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 do. I don't remember what I need to do for this boss. Califisteri. You're immune to money? That's preposterous. Watch out for haircut. That's fine. I don't really care. All we care about is Sildra here, it looks like. Infinitely. Like, I cannot, in words, describe how much better Final Fantasy III Pixel Remaster is than the other versions. There are not enough words in the English language for me to properly describe it. But I'm also mostly referring to over the 3D version, but also over that version as well. Mostly, if I compared to the original, just a far more functional game. And all of the job identities are far more, like, far more fleshed out. No job sickness, no awful lead up to Jin, enemies aren't juiced to fuck. And the original is just really dated. Like, even more dated than playing 1 and 2, in my opinion. Just because it's for a NES game, it's trying to do a lot. So their own ambition. More than anything, I'd say. Oh my god, just let me kill you. Hate that. What the? Can you stop? There. Yeah, no. Of all the Pixel remasters, 3 is the... If you had to just buy one to, like, permanently add to your list, it would be 3. It's the most improved of all of them. Every other version, every other game in there has a version that's, like, you could argue is a better purchase. Or at least an equivalent purchase. No, it does not include After Years. 4 is the hardest one to convince buying, to be fair. Of all the ones that I would have a hard time saying you should definitely... Like, it's really hard to recommend 4 Pixel Remaster. But yeah, I would say not having After Years is a plus, because After Years makes me want to go to the afterlife. That's really far, especially the 3D version, but After Years is like, it's really far down there in terms of games I can tolerate. This dragon's pretty great. I'm not gonna lie. No, that is Sildra doing Thunderstorm. I might call it that, if I really wanted to. Hi, Bacon. Bacon, are you annoying Ivy under there? I think he was looking for Ivy under there. And he didn't find... Hi! What you want, Bacon? Right? I got Cat. I'm not killing the roach. He does not want this. Here you go. I'm not doing the roach. I can't. Like, I literally cannot kill him. I don't have flame rings. I have Bard, which is a plus, but I have no Spellblade. If your cat eats bacon, you've got problems. I would definitely not advise that. No, without flame rings, it doesn't make sense to do it. If you have flame rings in Bard, you can theoretically make anything work. If you just get enough stops. But with only one, I would double Bard that, most likely. If I was really trying to be safe, I would double Bard that. But I can't. I mean, I could if I leveled Bard on somebody else and got... Yeah, but still. Triple Bard and Bahamut, yeah. That's what I was trying to stop. Oh, damage! Let's see if he's, if he can be hit by this. It doesn't mean he can't. Which means I didn't. Fuck you and your mother. That's what I was afraid of. I forgot that was the Assassin's Dagger they had equipped. Let's be honest. Not a big loss, but... I'm rich, biatch. Hello, EP. He really doesn't like Barts. He just doesn't want to let him play. I just... What? Alright. Whatever. How? I don't know. I guess because he was confused last, so the target was automatically himself. I don't think I've ever run into that situation before. I think he did literally no fucking damage. Oh, sausage is back in the cat noodle. I didn't even notice. It's everybody's favorite theme. If I recall, these things are pretty healthy. And they're like immune to all this shit. They think these have like 12. Oh, for fuck's sake. I remember these things. I don't have the sustain. Alright, we're running from these if I can. Hello, EO. I don't. No. No, we did Fork Tower yesterday. I'm gonna try to Ianuki them. Oh, for fuck's sake. God, and they can't be stopped either. What the Bacon, what are you doing? I might just have to suck it up and try to kill these things. I think I just need to, yeah. So Romeo's ballad clearly isn't working. So I need my ranger to do, or my bard to do a different song, I guess. And Ianuki is also clearly not working. They do drop two. Oh, yeah, this is where you would farm Dragon Fangs. If I needed them still. Kind of glad I don't, but. Oh, for fuck's sake, I can't win. Every decision I make is the wrong one. Why? Now does Ballad have to not work on everything? Oh my god. Bacon. What did you just knock over? Oh, it's fine. Oh, catastrophe! I'm here! Alright, Ballad works on these again. I might need to rely on an autosave, because I gotta get set up for Stay of the Realm soon. I gotta pee, and then I gotta get set up for Stay of the Realm. I need to make the thing for our guests. I was gonna do it this morning, and then I didn't, so. Ugh. Thank God for elixirs. Surprise. I mean, I don't know if I'd really say surprise. I just have guests. I've got Dian's 9th Lial, who's the one in charge of all of our, like, Fork Tower runs. So he's the one who's, like, the initiator. And then one of the other people who I also did Chaotic Endless with. I wanted to get some new guests, specifically. Guests that I haven't had on before, especially because, whatever, it's a show that we haven't really done, you know, the Fork Tower show. A battle of mid-core content. Haven't you seen it? Only big streamers can even do this new content. It's inaccessible to everyone else. That's gonna be real bad, isn't it? Oh, yes it is. Oh my god, alright. Maybe did a little too much damage there. That's just as bad. That's probably the best outcome. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't pay attention to stuff like that. I can tell you that ain't a good look, though. I should have just run from this fucking thing. I knew this was gonna suck. I just didn't know how much. My bard abilities don't work on anything anymore. I don't even know what that is. I mean, I probably do. I've probably seen it. But, like, off the top of my head, I don't even know what that is. No. Don't make me do this again. Get out of there. Lesson learned. There's, I think the bottom left cage is a save point. Yeah. This Arca Azomagia, yeah. Can he be balloted? Didn't think so. Looks like a hero's rhyme scenario. Sir, don't self-destruct. I was gonna laugh if you self-destructed right there, to be completely honest with you. It would have been really funny if you did it. Nope. I'm good. Unless you teach it to him. That would be funny. Imagine hitting him with the reverse. I teach you. And then he's just blowing up in your face. He's trying to teach me every blue magic under the sun. He's trying to make sure I learn something. I can't learn anything. He's a very smart mage. Until he's dumb. I'm already old. This will be the save point I need at least. I wouldn't mind reroll. I was gonna say I wouldn't mind rerolling the wind crystal. I think he's almost dead anyway. I'm just gonna keep going. Oh yeah, no, he's almost dead. Thank God missile missed. Oh. I forgot how threatening question mark is in this fight. The triple Q. He's low on health. You're dead. Yeah, I'll definitely be able to finish Interdimensional Rift pretty quickly. Alright, I need to pee and I need to get ready for State of the Realm, so let me go over to that scene, and I'm going to change the title as well of the realm. With Lial and Gill. And then let's put us in the Final Fantasy XIV category. And let me change it on YouTube as well. And just go over here to the YubTubs. Alright, and I will be back in a few minutes. Be right back. I'm sure it's not traumatic at all to have to just be listening to this while I'm in the bathroom. I'm sure nobody has any issue with that. Hold on. I gotta... Alright, I think that will do the trick. There we go. Hey, Sly. I'll be calling you in a few minutes, so take your time. I gotta make a scene for it real quick. Hello, everyone. I need to find... Here we go. I was gonna say, I don't know where my State of the Realm scenes even are, but I found them. So that I can modify them. Let's see. Heating up lunch. Yeah. No, you've got a few minutes. I'm not calling for another, like, 6 minutes. should be a-okay. Let's do... Oh, right. I don't know that either of them really care about this. What's going on, Straw? If you could only buy one Octopath, I would buy the second one. The second one's better in pretty much every way. Although you can't appreciate that it's better unless you've played the first one, but I mean, that's the point still there. What am I looking for? No. Alright, I'm just gonna do this for this scene then. What the hell? I'm just getting the scene set up. Dude, everything has State of the Realm. 16 has... they're just going to use that because it's Creative Studio 3. You can't convince me. That they didn't look at my name and go like, that's a good idea. I will not be had. I'm going to ask Yoshi P. I'm going to ask him next time I have the chance. I have to know, out of curiosity. For years now, I've had a podcast called State of the Realm for Final Fantasy XIV. You've named a feature that goes over lore entries in both Final Fantasy XVI and Tactics, State of the Realm. Did this idea come from me? Not to sound conceited, but did that idea come from me? They're doing it to me on purpose. I know they are. Alright, so that's one scene. Let me just save that as a PNG. And then I need an outro scene. Oh my god, I just realized something. It's fine, I'll figure it out. Remember how my window capture has been crashing the shit out of my OBS? I'm going to have to do so many window captures for State of the Realm. I'm actually genuinely worried about just everything breaking. I have a solution. If it does, it's just really fucking annoying to do it. Yeah, I don't know, dude. The most recent OBS update has just bricks every time I start messing with window captures. I don't know what is doing it. I mean, I obviously do know what's doing it, but like... it's super fucking annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to an older version, because this shit's gonna drive me insane. Every time. Like, I can do it by... what's it called? By just using edit... I can use edit transform and just type in like numbers and just like scroll, and that doesn't break it. It's specifically dragging the windows that does it. And it's just so frustrating. Or I can hope that they update it again soon. One of the two, and just fucking deal with it until then. Alright, let me close that. Let me get over to the 4 people one. Yeah, I can also... I'm gonna really just hope that my window captures here just work. Because I have a 4 scene thing set up. Oh, I need to get images from them. Oh, you know what? This might actually not be that bad. Because I don't think they're using cameras for the most part. I think they're just going to be doing audio. All right, let me quit out of Final Fantasy V. Yeah, oh no, it's happened on 2 completely different PCs. It's ridiculous. Here's the thing. One of those PCs, Windows 10. The other PC, Windows 11. So I can't blame Windows. I mean, I can blame Windows, to be fair. All right, let me just get the scene set up. Did Kios accept? Yes. Okay, they did. Gill. Lial. Oh no. Let me just make sure I have the right people added. All right. I've got them. Yeah, because they're gonna need images. They're not gonna be using. I'm gonna try to set this up before. Well, I guess I should get in the call with them first. In theory, I also need to turn off my camera on OBS. There we go. So that way this can pick up the camera. You might not be able to hear them right away either. Hello. All right, let me fix my audio because I don't think they can hear. Let me just do that. A new slide would be last. Failed to start camera. Come on now. Oh, I see why. I mean, most people just give me like an image, like they give me like a picture of their character. Somebody gave me just a Yan for one episode. Somebody like people just give me images. They don't have to be images of them. Somebody gave me Caterm. The fact that you put Caterm there, somebody gave me Caterm for one episode. Yeah, let me make sure they can actually hear you because I know it's not going through the same. There we go. Now they should be able to. Excellent. Yeah, exactly. See? That's perfect. Now I have to hope my OBS doesn't crash a million times. My OBS has been crashing nonstop whenever I edit scenes since the latest update. So I am fingers crossed. No, it's not. It's every time I try to window capture, it's like, how about we just crash all of OBS instead? That sounds great. Okay, I have the image. Fortunately, just for adding an image, it should be fine. I'm gonna... Well, I'm afraid of doing that. So let me... That's a huge image. I'm gonna do... that. Okay, that's not the right dimensions. Reset. All right, let me calculate what size I need that to be. And Sly should be here momentarily. Two, 0, 8, 4. Okay, let's try that. Oh. Is it actually? Let me reset this again. I hate this so much. Why are you like this, OBS? I'm not supposed to be afraid of it. We're in pre-show right now. Everyone's going to be able to hear pre-show, but that's fine. That's by design. So feel free to talk or not talk. I will be talking regardless. 3 divided by 4. Okay, that's good. Now I do this and bring it below. I will not be bested by OBS. Edit transform. Okay, and show the Keo bridge trap incident. I don't have moments like that handy. I was thinking there was a different Final Fantasy V song they should have used for the bridge instead of the normal background music. They should have used the panic music from Final Fantasy V. Okay.
Panic music.
Yeah, there's like it goes. It's like the hurry the fuck up music.
Man, imagine getting that and like the fire's under you and you're running straight into the bombs or the traps on the bridge.
Yeah, it's basically the Final Fantasy V equivalent of Sonic drowning. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. All right, so I've got Keo's image. Oh, hi, Sly. I just looked back over and saw you.
Hi. How
are you?
I'm great.
No, you're Sly.
Show hasn't even
Can
started.
both be true statements.
See, someone finally came up with the real comeback. This could be true also. It took until now, but someone's finally figured it out. Everyone else is too upset. They're just like, they hear it and they're just like, I'm too upset to think any further.
Exactly.
Yeah, Sly's very upset. Sly, my stream very much wants me, now that I live in the South, they very much want me to go to the Waffle House.
You have to. It's a rite of passage.
It's a rite of passage. What about Waffle House is a rite of passage?
Everybody's been to a Waffle House at some point in their life if they live in the South. It is literally a rite of passage. I'm surprised you haven't been to Bojangles yet.
It's funny. I came pretty close to ordering Bojangles, and I saw it was rated 3.9 on DoorDash. I'm like, I can do better.
Don't fucking trust DoorDash. You just go to Bojangles and get some chicken and call it a day.
It's fast food chicken. Like, I'm not going to be impressed regardless of...
We don't care.
But I do. The difference is that I do.
God, even in the South, you're a food snob. You can't be a food snob in the South, Happy.
If I'm going to pay for food, I want the best chicken, not the easiest chicken, Sly.
It's not the
It is the easiest chicken because I'm not supporting a local business.
Well, technically, they're local. I mean, how far is Charlotte from you? They're based in Charlotte.
I'm not isn't Charlotte North Carolina? Isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm in South Carolina.
But it's like, I know Charlotte's like right on the border, so you can literally hop from Charlotte to South Carolina in like minutes.
Well, I'm definitely not sitting on the border.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's like Waffle Houses are local fight. It's funny because as soon as the topic came up, everyone was like, "Yeah, I was robbed at knife point at a Waffle House for a coffee," and everyone was just like, "Yeah, I watched like a couple punch each other in the face at a Waffle House." I'm like, I don't know that I need to go to the Waffle House.
Yeah, Waffle House is basically Friday night, Saturday night fights. Like you want dinner and a show, go to a Waffle House.
Yeah, but it's all good fun. Is it though? Is it? Can we really say that it's all good fun? All right, I've got Lial's image. Here it is. Food, fight, and entertainment. Oh, God. All right, I just need to get Lial's thing working, then I can find the music. I really need OBS to figure out what the fuck is wrong with OBS. I've been having, ever since the latest update slide, I've been having window capture issues where it just hard crashes OBS when I start like moving windows around. That's on 2 different PCs now at this point too. So it's like not local to my machine at all. It's been atrocious.
Have you started from square one?
I'm not fucking starting all these from square one.
I mean, keep your all your scenes and everything.
Yeah, I know, to see if there's I know.
Yeah.
It's just frustrating because I just want it to fucking work.
Oh, same.
Don't talk about Waffle House Club. All right, Lial's image is set up. And then I need chat. Why is chat not work? Oh, because it's not window captured. All right, well, chat's just gonna be missing. Where's my normal chat?
Oh no, no chat.
Oh no. Where's my other chat display? It's a browser source. Yeah, I'll just put that one there. I'm afraid to move it, unfortunately. You know what? No, I'm not taking any goddamn chances with OBS right now. I've got all 4 of these set up. That's good enough. I need the music. And then the outro. I need the correct outro at the very least. SOTR forked. Where am I forking? Where's the forked? This is the wrong folder. There we go. SOTR. Yeah, so don't worry too much about behaving or whatever on the show. As long as there's not anything crazy out of pocket, we are not in any way strict about show format.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, as long as I don't start throwing slurs everywhere, yeah, all good.
Yeah, please definitely don't do that. I'm gonna definitely say don't do that, and you can't do that and then just put the just a cool guy face right after it. That doesn't.
Just a chill guy, all good.
Yeah, just a chill.
There's every slur in the book. Unlucky.
All right, let me do some audio checks. I'm gonna turn Lial up a bit. And Lial, can you just use your speaking voice, whatever volume you're going to be speaking at?
Yeah, I'll probably be speaking around this voice.
Okay. Chill. Kyo?
I'm probably going to speaking like this.
Okay. It sounds good to me. Let's see what chat has to say. Sly and I get a little loud, so watch your headphones.
Oh, so the Fizz range speaking meme. I got it.
I have to yell twice as loud because they've muted me, and I just need them.
Wait, our Fizz range is a bit quiet too. Holy crap!
Yeah, but that's because he's just used to
him to speak up.
He's given up. You know, like that's the difference.
We usually have to tell our Fizz range and our
listens.
other healer to kind of speak up because they're usually like, they usually talk like this, and we're like, we can't hear you. So.
Yeah, I scream at
But
the
yeah,
top of my
hi.
lungs because I need everyone to listen to me. I'm like, I will not be silenced. Just because I'm
But
a
yeah,
fizz
this is my
range.
speaking voice. This is where my mic will be, but I'm having gumbo right now, so it's kind of in the front.
Gumbo. I love Gumbo.
My Fizz range is a decent volume, but he only speaks like once per raid night to wish death on me or something.
Yeah, he's also
F on you is crazy.
accepted defeat. I refuse. My every time I start speaking, my team just goes, "Do you guys hear something?"
Someone say something.
Yeah, somebody says. Anyone else hear that? Weird. I don't remember where I put the music. I know it's here because I had it last time. I just don't remember where.
The wee woo music.
You mean? Well, I mean our regular State of the Realm music, but yeah, sure, if you want to call it that. Where did I put? I'm just gonna search it by name real quick. Because I know the name of the file. I just can't find it. Well, it's not in there. I'm still trying to figure out where all of my backups for everything actually are, because I backed up everything across like 3 hard drives. And so I don't know where everything is. And unfortunately for me, I made a bit of an oopsie in that I labeled important backups on 3 different... I labeled the file important backups on 3 different... But they're all the same, like, folder name. So... Okay, I found it. It was in important backups #1.
First try.
As opposed
No,
to
it's
number
not first
2
try
and
because I
3.
started from #3 because I thought it would be in the last one instead of the first one. So it ended up being the last one I checked. All right, so we're gonna, because of a Path of Exile League coming out, we're gonna keep this show close to under 2 hours so Lial can make his Path of Exile. So don't feel the need to extend time. I'll keep an eye on the clock. I have dinner reservations at 5, and I want to shower before then anyway. So that also.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
works
say
out.
we can go over. I'm not playing trades, so.
Oh well, I mean, yeah.
Not
We
that
usually
big.
try to keep the show 2 hours anyway, so
Okay.
it'll be that. And if it's a little under, that's convenient for me too anyway. So it all works out. All right. So for start of the show, since you guys haven't been on before, you guys just have to mute your mics. I'll, mute myself on stream. They won't hear me. I'll play the intro music and then I'll welcome us all on. Sound good?
Yep.
All right. I am gonna. Well, let's get started then because we're a couple minutes past actually.
Let's do it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to State of the Realm. Still a little infrequent as I get used to new time zones, new schedules, and we had Key 3 stuff last week, so we decided to keep that in our priorities. But this week, we are going to be talking about the heavily divisive Forked Tower, the new Baldesion Arsenal equivalent. It's at the end of Occult Crescent, and there's been a lot of discussion, even from people who are enjoying it, about what is right, what is wrong, and the general community sense towards this edition versus something else. So, to do that, I'm one of your hosts, Mr. Happy. Joining me, of course, is Sly, as he usually does. How you doing, Sly?
I'm doing good. How's your Key 3? How was your Key 3? Any hot scoops stick out in your opinion?
Tactics remake is... we've been expecting that for...
Everybody.
But you know what's funny about that? Matsuno retweeted that the Sony State of Play thing, like, earlier that day, and then unretweeted it. So everyone's like, tactics? And then it ended up actually being the reason. He like kind of spoiled it himself. Also, Sonic Racing having fucking Ichiban and Joker in it was another like really random highlight for me because the Sonic Racing game's already pretty good. Sega playing smart this time. They're playing to their strengths this time. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, but since the screen hasn't swapped over, as you probably can tell, we have more guests. While I had finished the Fort Tower, I am but a peon when it comes to these large-scale contents. I simply show up and do my job. We've got some people who help organize groups and are more at the forefront of the strategies and stuff that go into organizing these large-scale raids. First, we have DN's own Lial. Hello, Lial.
Hello, everyone.
To give you a second to unmute there. I make them mute before we go on, so. Why don't you do a quick little intro for yourself, Lau, before I get to our other guest?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much. I mean, I've been playing for a while. You do mention, I think you did say DN. Yeah, I've supported for DN, and I'm probably going back to supporting them this next race if the ultimate's coming. But yeah, I've been playing for a long time. Oh well, not as long as some people, but Stormblood. I did a lot of Eureka, actually. A lot of Eureka. I think I hosted like every day in ABBA, but now I'm here doing Fork Tower as well with my own set of friends. So
I probably run into an ABBA without even realizing it. Then, given the number of ABBA runs that I used to do. All right. And we have another guest as well, Keo, but with a Y this time. We had the other Keo on before, Keo with an I. Now we got Keo with a Y. Also, someone who did Chaotic. In fact, I did Chaotic with both of you as well. This is like kind of a second venture with us three.
Hello, hello.
Hi, welcome to the show. Why don't you give us a quick intro as well, Keo?
Well, thank you. I'm Kyo. I started playing like mid to late Shadowbringers, hit max level a little bit before Promise. I'm currently a tank main for Spice Boys, and previously in Endwalker, I was a roaming ninth man. I ninth manned a few teams back on. Yeah.
Ooh. All right, thank you. Well, it's good to have you both on the show, both first timers on the show. We're just going to do a quick little, we'd like to thank our patrons and stuff at the start, and then we're going to get right into talking about Fork Tower, talking about Occult Crescent as well, kind of as a whole. We've had a few weeks to sit on it, I think, so it's worth revisiting the show, some of the show points we had from a couple weeks ago. So thank you to our sponsors over on Patreon. Nobody has to support. We don't paywall anything, but we do have some people who choose to support us over there, so thank you to them. Also, be sure to check the description. Not only do I have the usual Steel Series sponsor link with the discount code below, but there was a card shop that sent me a whole lot of packs when it came to Magic the Gathering X Final Fantasy. They gave me a discount code for their own store, and they're just a local card shop. They're not, Wizards of the Coast or anything, but yeah, they sent me every commander deck. They sent me collector's commanders to give away, which I still have to ship out. They sent me play boosters, collector play boosters, a starter kit, an Absolute Virtue playmat. I even went back and bought some more cards from them myself. Look, I got Heidelin and Zodiark right there. Look at that. I even got a Surge Foil Xenos in there. Looking nice and shiny. Got plenty of 14 cards, including the 14 Sid. So there'll be a link to that in the description as well in the YouTube video. On Twitch, it's !card shop. They do all sorts of things. And they'll be doing Riftbound as well, which I'll actually be working with them on that as well. All right. So, Fork Tower. It's going to be our primary discussion for the day. A lot of talking points that everyone's been going over. And I know that you two have been talking about it a decent bit in our Discord chat. There's been a lot of discussion. So we just kind of want to take that discussion and move it over here into State of the Realm. So before getting into Fork Tower, I want both of your thoughts on Occult Crescent. Because Sly and I went over it a couple weeks ago. The pluses, the minuses, us yelling about relics being tomes for 30 minutes. If you could give us a once-over on some of your general thoughts on Occult Crescent now that it's been out for a few weeks. We could start there.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. I was like, they're both waiting to see who's going to go first. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. All right. Now, Keo, I think you win.
Yeah, I will. So the zone, first off, it's pretty. I like the design. I like all the lore aspects they throw into it. I think a decent number of the CEs are pretty enjoyable, and I think that there are some pretty neat interactions within the Phantom Job systems themselves. I don't feel threatened by any of the mobs in the zone at any point in time, though. So like that combined with how there's a limit to like one fate, one pot fate, and one CE makes it a little awkward to run around. You can't really go around and do what you want because you're always forced to go to whatever is currently up. Like in Boja, there would be like, you could have like 2 to 3 CEs and a bunch of fates up at the same time, and you could just pick where to go. Here, everyone's kind of racing, and then you just like watch things die instantly, and that felt a little odd. Overall, I am enjoying the zone and the content. But I feel like there are definitely a few things that could be tuned slightly better, I guess, to make the experience overall feel more exploration-y and less racy.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I wonder if that's part of the reason why they moved away from calling it exploration and now they call them field ops, because they want to move away from that thought process, but they can't really undo what's already been done for those of us who've been around for a while.
Yeah.
And Lial.
Yeah,
oh, sorry. I didn't know you were going to keep going.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I think touching on the exploration, I feel like they sort of like went halfway between the Eureka and the Bozja Zadnor, because it sort of feels like they want you to walk around the zone, but gameplay wise, because it's Bozja Zadnor, there's not really any incentive gameplay wise to walk around the zone. You know, there's a CE, you have to go to it, you walk to it, but like you're never really going there. As a casual, for example, like you'll go there to spawn the CE if you have to kill mobs to spawn it. But I don't know. It's in Eureka you have the sleeping dragon. You actually have to kill a huge number of mobs actually to spawn NM's notorious monsters in Eureka, right? You have to kill like maybe 30 or so to prep it. In this one, you only have to kill maybe 5. So you show up, you pull 5 mobs, you're on cannon air, it takes you a minute, and that it's prepped, right? And then you leave, you go sit in base camp if that's the only, or you go spawn other ones. I mean, that's probably one of my issues with the zone, because back in Eureka, I would actually go around with my friends and we'd just prep every single NM on the map, and they'd all just be queued up, and it'd be, I don't know, I thought it was a lot of fun because you'd go around and do that. But now you kill 5 mobs and it's ready, and you just wait, and they're all queued up for the next hour, and there's not much to do except the Cs.
Yeah, it seems like that they want you to go back and forth between CEs and Fates and popping all the chests, because you can... Gaining any currency spawns all the chests, so gold farms also obviously respawn them. But they basically want you to pick one of those two, clear out all the chests, go back to doing one of those two, clear out all the chests. And that seems to be the more direct gameplay loop that they're looking for, alternating between treasure hunting and getting currency. But that's as close as you get to like the exploration is running around for the chests.
Which, to be fair, I still have a gripe with because of not being able to profit off of it because they put way too much shit in the
You
pool
speak for yourself, man. I'm making money. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure, you're making money off of materia and ribbons and
I got an esoteric
have.
Gold piece. I got esoteric gold pieces that vendor for 300k. I got 2 twirly emotes for 4 mil a piece from pots. Like, I don't know about, dude, there's pure white dyes and jet blacks in there too. I've gotten a few of those popping up. So I put like, listen, I haven't made
I've
much
just gotten
money,
ribbons and materia. Ribbons and materia. These pot friends are not my friends.
Just try hard. And not to mention, if you're not carrot hunting, a carrot's like $1.5 million. Like, it's only for, effectively achievement hunters are making that a valuable item because there's no reason for that thing to be worth $1.5 million.
Right.
I think the carrots are at 2.5 now.
Oh my God! Where's Violent? Stop buying them at that. Like,
yeah, I've sold a few of carrots.
Still have not seen a carrot. They don't exist.
Tell me how many chests you've opened, Sly, because that'll be a big indicator. Because they also only come from the bronze chests, not the silver chests, from what I've been told.
No golds either?
There's no golds are from magic pots. The carrots only come from the open world chests.
Oh, open world pots. Okay. Yeah. See, now that I have the map, I usually make a habit of going between CEs, kind of going to places and just opening chests. So yeah, with all the shit, like I've opened like hundreds of chests. Nothing. I may get like an emote every now and then. Some like really frilly gear. I forget what's called.
Pagos gear is pretty frilly.
Yeah, that and just materia and ribbons.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. Sometimes I calculate the risk between fates. I'm like, okay, how many chests can I reasonably check before I'm putting myself at risk of missing a fate?
Or missing a CE? Like, because
I won't miss a CE.
Shits about fate.
Magic pots I have to calculate. When I'm helping Pot Friend over, then I calculate if I'll miss the CE. If I see that motherfucker going northwest, I'm like, nope, I'm going to the CE.
Yep.
Sorry, Pot Friend.
Nah, Pot Enemy.
No, Pot Enemy is up in the north. We have a CE for Pot Enemy. What? He's Pot Enemy. The other ones are Pot Friend. Come on. That's how it's got to be. They're all
enemies. They're all Pot enemies. They fucking hate me.
Yeah. I will say one thing. I wish the pots spawn more because they don't spawn as frequently as bunnies do. And I actually like sitting in Eureka and just bunny farming, like chill. You do it, chill for 10 minutes, and then come back and do another one. This one you really can't because it's like 30 minutes between each of them. So that infrequency is a little less enticing, but I'll be a persistent pal one day. It'll be fine. Just like I'll be a bunny blessed at some point and 997 more carrots. Get there sooner or later. I can't believe, dude. Achievement hunters are really buying those fucking carrots at 2.5 million. I just can't. I understand Gill is largely useless, but it still blows my mind. Oh, man. All right. So those are just some general thoughts on Occult Crescent. But Fork Tower is really the main thing that we want to talk about in this show because this has been a constant battle between the more casual player base who are looking for something like a new CLL, a new Dalriada, something that they can engage with. They don't have to think about it too much. It's not really complicated, and it's a little bit of difficulty. Like in CLL Dalriada, you had those groups that you knew it wasn't happening, especially on the first boss of CLL. But hardcore players also have their own gripes with it. So it's kind of sitting in this weird in-between zone. And as you two have helped coordinate a lot of, the runs that we did, as for those who didn't know, part of the world's second group that I died in and didn't get to actually be a part of the kill because I was stupid. My bad. It's okay. What was there? I gave 1% buff. It counts. I definitely wanted your perspectives because I don't think we've actually had someone who's run field op or large scale content on the show versus people who have just done it. So I thought the perspective, especially with organizing 48 people or attempting to or delegating, would I think it'd be a valuable insight because I think it's really intimidating to a lot of players.
Talk on this. I think, at least for me, so the way I see it is there's two primary ways you can go about it. The first one is obviously you set up everything. You find 48 people, you tell them what parties they're in, and for the next few days, they're just in that party. And I think that's, I don't know if that's what AG2 did, but they definitely had everybody, set away a good chunk of the week to do the Fork Tower. For us, it was sort of vibes. I was actually expecting a CLL like the Dalriada or the CLL Lacus Latorum or something. So I think at most I just told people they could take like 1 day off. Some people took 2 days off for their own, for themselves. But so we took like 1 day off, and after the first day, we had 48 people on the first day. After the first day, some people didn't like instance progging, or some people just, they ran out of time. So we had to find more people. And at least for me, I wasn't going to go find, if we lost like 15 people, I wasn't going to go find 15. I don't have 15 friends. Yeah. I don't have 15 more friends than the people who showed up. So I basically just let all of the leads, I delegated all the leads to just manage their own party. And, if they showed up with 8, they showed up with 8. If they don't show up with 8, it is what it is. And luckily, the instance actually scales down. So you don't actually end up bringing a full party of 8, which was very nice. Very nice for us, at least, since we were sort of vibing, and people would show up with parties of 6 or 7 instead of full 8s. But I mean, I guess like more directly on the organization, what happened for us was I found 48 people, I signed them up, I put them in parties based on what I think their relationships were and stuff, and who's okay with being where, and we blasted for a day. We hit level 20, and we went in a few times, and then we went to sleep. And in the morning, I think people just grabbed whoever they could that was level 20, and we just kept going for the next few days. So like I didn't really do too much organization. I sort of just told people, hey, find your friends, and you can bring them if you think they're good enough, And then yeah.
And that persistence, I mean, we can't argue with the fact that effectively it was a world second. Other groups were progging, but as far as we know, unless you found out otherwise since, that's everyone was saying it was second, so I'm just going with that. That alone was enough. So would you say it maybe isn't as intimidating as people think if they just don't think about it on a macro level and think about more of it on a micro level?
I would say so. I guess like touching a little on the difficulty, it's not super difficult as long as everybody knows when they can get a specific mechanic that could maybe wipe the raid, for example, and they're just aware of it and they do those mechanics correctly. It's pretty much fine to bring anyone in.
All right. That's going to be good because I think a lot of people are still afraid. Like people were afraid with BA for a lot of the same reasons. People waited years before they started joining ABBA runs to get it. They're like, oh, I'm so afraid. I'm going to screw it up. I'm going to die and I'm going to be on the ground. But it was like almost everyone after they did it, after it was really scienced out, was like, oh, that was just kind of fun at the end of it.
Yeah, you sort of just get the vibe with your friends in your 8, or if you know everyone, you're yelling the whole time at everybody.
My main apprehension, because like I still haven't gone in, but I've seen like full runs. I've seen people doing. I saw your run, Happy. I saw Zeems's run. I saw so many runs. My main apprehension, and I probably am totally off base, is preparedness, I guess, like in terms of just gear and jobs, because I don't have every job maxed yet. I think right now I'm at 7 right now in terms of strength and whatnot, and I've gotten a few pieces of the gear +1, so I need to do a couple more gold runs. In terms of preparedness, how prepared should you be in terms of gear, in terms of jobs, depending? Because, for example, I'm going as DPS. I'm going as Goon, of course. Again, 7 jobs leveled. The only jobs I have remaining are the gold jobs.
Well,
and Berserker.
Before they interject, I would like Kyo, because one of our runs, Kyo just decided, I'm going to go freelance.
I did ask first. Most people might have not heard me, but I did ask.
Okay.
But listen, he was looking to see if any additional chests spawned the entire time. He was finding a lot of nothing with that, but he was double checking.
Whole lot of nothing. Yeah, but as for like jobs and preparedness, I think we were actually discussing this in one Discord to figure out how few jobs you could bring. But if you organize properly, you can probably clear with only 6 or 8 specific jobs, and everyone else just plays whatever the heck they want, freelancer even.
Wow.
Because there's only there's a lot of mechanics that look like they can only be resolved by one job. However, there are a lot of ways to work around them with either like base real job kits like tank invulns or whatever else. And there's very few things that are actually blocking you. Like, for example, the traps. If you don't have a thief, you can just like have a tank sprint through with invuln on, and everyone just follows him after he clears it. Or you can like have an oracle toss invuln on someone, or you can just like take turns sacrificing people. You have 3 lives. There's only so many traps. And other stuff like that. Like there was one run we were doing where there's in the third hallway in the west room, there's an ad that takes like 99% reduced damage, and it has like a jillion health. And most people normally use Oracle to doom it. We didn't have an Oracle that run. I don't know what happened, but we didn't have one. So we just had all of our Cannoneers and all of our Samurais go into that room and pray that our like 5% or 10% insta-kill hit it. And we were in there for like 2 or 3 minutes just waiting for someone to auto-crit and one-shot him. And
I remember that run. I remember which run that was.
But yeah, so like...
I was like...
yeah, and we were all just standing there waiting for our Phantom Job actions to come back off cooldown. But yeah, and like on the east side, there's a Bats room where you're like supposed to use like auto hit stuff like the Ranger ability or the Samurai ability to one-shot them. And it's like, you can just have everyone throw all their AoE skills and enough of them will hit that the Bats will die. Like, it's okay if 80% of your attacks miss. So like, you don't actually need high mastery. Like, I think when we first cleared, we actually had like half of our raid was like mastery 6 or less. I'm pretty sure, because most people were like busy doing work or sleep when they weren't raiding, or like working on strats. Like Lial's mastery wasn't very high when we cleared either. I only got mastery 12 like this last weekend after we had done most of our clears. And yeah, so what really matters is just knowing the mechanics and being able to press buttons while you're doing it. It's an alliance raid.
Yeah.
To be specific, I was like mastery 2 with like 2+0 pieces. So I mean, I did not have time to, do anything.
Wow.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed there's a lot of people that seem to think there's a massive, because there's a lot you can have done before going in. They think it's things you should have done before going in.
And I'm in that category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can't conflate the two, because it's not made to be done with maxed mastery and +1 gear and a bunch of failed runs to get sanguinite. They've mastered fragment runs at this point, where what they're doing what they're called it's like hallway swap, where a team finishes a hallway, collects all the loot, goes to the end and dies, and then gets rezzed into the other side of the tower, and then goes and collects those chests to get like 11 fragments. And it takes like 15 minutes to do the whole run for like 11 fragments. So people are doing that. And you could theoretically do a bunch of those, get a bunch of sanguinite, upgrade everything to +2, but you don't have to do any of that in order to actually be effective in there. In fact, most people who join, they're probably going to be joining pre-established runs wherever they've already figured out the people who need to play certain jobs, and they're just going to tell you to play something that won't get you killed. More likely than not. Like, they're going to say, like, if you trust yourself on Monk, okay. If not, please don't Phantom King. Please don't do it.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty similar to like mid to late Shadowbringers DRS runs, where they have like a core group that knows what they're doing and they'll like pump and they have all the gear and stuff, and then you can just bring in people that like don't have any Bojin haste gear and have like suboptimal masteries or essences or whatever. It's the same thing. Like, as long as you have a job and a Phantom Job that like you don't troll on, you're fine.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's different because, I guess Baldessian was kind of, based on like, it was kind of, if I remember, it's kind of set in terms of the actions that you had. Like, pretty much, every role had actions they needed to take. Whereas it's like, well, bring whatever the fuck you want, but just don't die.
see, I did a lot of BA. I was part of the world first for BA, and I don't really agree with that. I feel like that's how people felt about that early, similar to how you're feeling about Fork Tower now. But realistically, most BAs end up boiling down to somebody's detecting for traps, and that's really it. Everyone else is just kind of fucking pumping at that point. Like, that was really the only single mandatory thing you had to have someone detecting. Like, yeah, sure, you wanted people with like refresh and like healers bringing sacrifices, but there was nothing required. Like, if 48 people never die, sacrifice is not useful. And remembrance is great until it doesn't save your life on that 70% roll. And then it's like you didn't have it in the first place. Like, there's like everything that isn't that was not necessary. I'd say this is more necessary things than BA does, but doesn't feel as restrictive because it's just so easy to meet the requirement. It's for such menial things. You don't need a ranger to pop traps, like he was saying earlier, or to have the accuracy buff to kill the bats. There's solutions around those things that we're kind of just better off as players now. So just making sure I think our Discord labeled 6 points in the tower where if you don't know what you're doing, you can kill every single person very easily. And as long as you know those 6 key things, then you're probably fine.
Yeah, I think anyone, I would encourage anyone to go in. I would recommend maybe, 2 or 3 mastery. But you don't even have to go in on a master job because you actually get XP from completing the tower. You get like about 2,000 phantom experience. So I think they actually, that sort of encourages people to not go on mastered classes. Although you do want to be at a certain level when you go in, so you have the certain jobs that the actions that you will use inside. Although, for example, thief, you can probably go in at level 5 when you get your pilfer weapon, because you do need that for a certain point in the dungeon. But you do not need to open locked doors. Although your side of the party might look at you funny if you're not level 6, because you lose like 2 sanguinite, I think. But even then, it's probably fine.
5 at 5 for the first hallway you lose.
It's
you can't
3 for the hidden room, and then 2 for the sprint room.
Right, yeah. One only needs the detection and doesn't need to be opened. The other one just needs to be opened. Right, yeah. That's how it is. Okay.
Yeah, once the other side has level 6, yeah.
Yeah, and each job's different. Like, for example, my party in Lial's group was like we were the utility party. We brought like, I think 7 mandatory jobs or pseudo-mandatory. And it ended up that like we had a Pictomancer running chemist and he didn't use a single potion ever. Like, he was only there for the res, which you get at like level 3 or something. So he could have got like the last level or 2 off of just doing Fork Tower if he wanted.
Yeah. It's not that intimidating. And it's hilarious because I had a comment on one of my videos that was like, it's really weird. I don't know why people do this to themselves, because they're doing it to themselves. They were like, I had my opinion about Fork Tower, whatever, how I felt about it. And they were just like, Mr. Happy, I don't think you understand that unless you're a big streamer or in one of these massive Discords that there's no way to do Fork Tower. And it's like, well, yeah, joining a Discord to do content is not that abnormal in almost any regard in almost any game. I get that, but being a big creator, Lial told me no to joining the group. He didn't just be like, oh, he didn't say no. He said if there's an open spot, we'll let you know. But he was like, no, I'm not gonna just make room for the big creator. He doesn't give a shit. He wants to do the raid. He has like obligations. I don't know why people have this thing where they think that like this content is up here and that like it's only accessible to certain people. You just have to give a shit.
Because that's how it felt in the beginning. Because that's how, like, when we were talking about Baldessian when it came out, when it was relevant, that's how it kind of felt in the beginning. Now we kind of understand that, it's not all the big streamers are going to do it. Yeah, they're going to do it. But at the same time, it's for everyone. And that's why we have things like, ABBA and, the other Discords and whatnot. So, yeah, it's kind of, history based, I guess, is what I would say.
I'd say we have enough established methods of getting into this stuff nowadays that no one should be considered. The barrier for entry is your own willingness to effectively sign up for a run.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. Like, if you don't want to use Discord, I hate joining Discords for everything. I totally get it. But, you know, it is what it is.
You kind of have to.
You kind of have to suck it up and just join a Discord to get to it. Because it's not a CLL or a Dalriata where you're probably going to walk in. When we're not in Japan, where they are all just, that's what they do in BA. For a while in BA, they were just like, hey, in the zone. Everyone want to go? Cool, let's go. Apparently, I think one of the JP like World First members has pugged a Forked Tower or several Forked Towers at this point. I remember he was tweeting about it. Straight up in zone pugged a Forked Tower. Wish we could do that.
I hope we get to
talk about this. And we always talk about how this is kind of, geared towards this kind of content is geared towards JP in terms of, being able to get in as an instance prog, yada, yada, yada.
Oh, God. We haven't talked about instance prog yet.
Yeah, it sucks for us, but JP, they're okay. Like
they hate
they'll
instance
have
prog too. To be clear, Japan
they hate it too, but they'll have less problems
than
than us.
No. So in Japan, it's actually the opposite part. They have it worse because it's like that's the culture of like just being able to go in and pug, and people are really willing and able. You're more likely to have a sniper in JP because it is a public dungeon. That's the initial name of BA, is public dungeon. And there is nothing stopping you from including that person or joining if you're not in. And that's fine. If that person plays ball, it's actually normally okay for the most part if they know what they're doing. And so they would constantly get people who would join because that's just very normal to join over there. So they very rarely would get their full 48 or like everyone that they zoned in for.
But again, compare, JP sniper to NA sniper, and, we're talking about two completely different monsters.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
I think that's true. You just have the sort of innocent snipers who know they've studied and they want to do the content, and then you have the
I'm gonna fuck around and find out sniper.
Yeah. The day we cleared the first run, we had people who literally just joined, and then like in Sage they were like, LOL, put more ciphers in next time. But they just died on the first boss.
Yeah, we had a few people actually snipe us, and they just returned once we got in. They literally just like ate the slot.
Yeah.
So it actually incentivizes like pre-mades to come in with a little less than 48. Although I will say letting the sniper thing is kind of interesting because we had a little undersized run and we had a stranger come in. And one of our parties, I just told them, they can. I let people pick up snipers if they want. I don't want to call them snipers. The curious people come in. I let people pick them up. And they can bring them through until we're at a point where it looks like they're not ready. Then I usually kindly tell them we're not going to raise you. I don't think you're ready, right? Well, we usually bring them through.
Take that?
We usually, they usually don't say. Sometimes they don't say anything, so I don't even know if they read my message. But, I mean, we're not obligated to raise them, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, sometimes they just run out of lives by themselves. So that's not really something we can do about anyways. But right, we brought this one person, they got into a party, and that party, they carried that person all the way to the final boss, and they got a clear, and they were fresh. I think they were keyboard warrior them all the way through the entire dungeon. So I mean, it is not. Yeah, I mean, if you have a party that is willing to take you through, they can take you through. The content is not. It should not be intimidating as long as you have someone that you can trust to follow. I guarantee you'll probably get through.
Yeah. So I guess the gate would be willingness and, the people you're with. I guess those are the two gates within this content because, you have to be one, willing to do the content, and two, say you do on a whim, go randomly. Are the people you are doing the content willing to keep you? Like you said.
Yeah. But keep in mind, this is the equivalent of doing it without Discord necessarily. Like, this is somebody who just went into the zone and joined and then did it. Because, like, that's a rare occurrence that's going to happen, because most of the time the person joining is just going to eat on the first boss and either run out of lives or not get rezzed. Because if you die repeatedly on the first boss, you're telling your group, if you take me further, it's just going to happen again. And then you put yourself at risk of actually wiping. Because the first boss has one mechanic the person can technically screw up. Not lethal if they do. It's dangerous, but it's actually not completely lethal if they put a meteor in the wrong spot. Because the meteors don't one-shot. I've survived a meteor on Bard. So it's not great. It gives you thrice come ruin, which you don't want, because if you get 3 of them, you die. But you shouldn't if only one person is screwing it up. So it's like, there's room for that. But the point is not this. The point is not about the whole public sniper thing. Just don't put people who are doing it on a pedestal that makes it seem unreachable, when the barrier for entry is your willingness to just join a Discord and sign up. Because that really is the end of the barrier of entry if you're concerned about the public runs. We'll talk about the public bit, about whether or not they should have done CLL Dalriada and the juxtaposition between the two a bit later, but just don't put anyone on a pedestal. You can probably do the content.
And I agree with that, but I don't feel like I don't think people are putting, others on a pedestal. I mean, to be honest, y'all are fucking gamers. But let's call a spade a spade. Y'all are fucking gamers. Y'all have been clearing content, clearing difficult content on relevancy, on patch, usually. So it's not really that. It's more, what's the word? How do I phrase this? One, again, it's kind of the willingness. It's kind of the willingness to, being afraid to, fuck it up for the entire raid. That, and like going in fresh, there's always going to be that fear that, you will do something that will probably maybe a 10% chance to fuck up the raid. Like you said, there are 6 mechanics that could possibly fuck the raid if you don't know what you're doing. So you could hit one of those 6 and it will feel terrible. So there's that intimidation factor, but I don't think we're putting you on a pedestal. We already know you're god gamers. Let's call a spade, but it's just, personal responsibility.
Yeah, but they blame others. They're like, we're not you.
See, so if they blame others, that's on them. That's kind of their issue. I'm not speaking of the ones that blame others. I'm just talking about the people, who have apprehensions, so.
I think it's fine for people who want to go in. It's just, if you see a lot of people on the thing, you should probably ask if they're full, or if they're pre-made and they're full. Because like, at least for my group, if we're not full and someone comes up and they ask, "Do you guys have room?" I will bring them. I will let them come in, and we'll put them in a party. And then hopefully the party. I'm not gonna tell the party leader to help them all the way through, but if the party themselves is going to help them through, they can come in, they can get through. Boss 1, we're not going to wipe. They're not going to wipe us, having a new person. Boss 2, there is a possibility that we do wipe, but I mean, it's 2 mechanics, and one of them is you check if you have a tether, and the other one is you get to your spot on time. If you don't trust yourself to do either of them, there is a death wall in the second boss, so you can actually just go into the wall. And yeah, past that, if you're ethical on the bridge, as long as you don't blow up and unstable, like, it's completely fine. Like, you don't gap close, you don't drop the Falcon if you're on a Ranger for some reason. Actually, you shouldn't be on a Ranger. They'll probably tell you not to be on a Ranger. I think most clear groups are actually banning people from playing Ranger, especially if you're new. So probably don't want to play Ranger if you're coming in new. But the bridge is fine. The dragon, you actually cannot wipe us on the third boss. It's actually impossible. And then past that, you're at the final boss at that point.
Well, also, if you have a silence, don't silence the big key guy. That's the only other bit.
Yeah. I mean, worst case, you just go again, or you have to make the healers heal like 2 of the guys doing raid wides on you.
Right.
But it should be probably fine. But yeah, then you're at the final boss, and I think the final boss, there's only 2 mechanics you can wipe the group on. And again, you can always just die to an auto. If you really want to clear get a clear where you're not alive. But if you want to be alive, you probably should study a little bit. But even then, the first mechanic, you probably won't kill the party. The other one, you can kill people, but yeah, if you know how to not kill people, then it's, there's not, I mean, the entire dungeon, there's not a lot of points where you can actually wipe there are points, but there's not that many points.
If you are following the party, there are very few points where you can wipe the raid.
Yeah. In fact, we regularly just, the party leader gets a number over their head. Every party I've been in, at least, I've been in like 3 different ones. They mark the party leader, and they are a Dorito. You effectively treat them as a Dorito for 99%.
The danger Dorito.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that should be really reassuring. BA is kind of the same, where if you just follow the one person with the marker, the only exception being the meteor on Ozma, I believe. You have to know to put that in the back of the room or go right or left, whichever the group agrees to, I suppose. And it's kind of the same. There's just like a few points that are like that meteor from Ozma. There's a handful more points. Otherwise, it's largely Dorito raid. And just, and if you die alone, I lost all my lives killing myself on the last boss on the world's second clear, where I got ejected before the actual pull. That was fine. I mean, I didn't keep everyone else from clearing necessarily. My own death wouldn't have even hit the enraged. There were other problems that wiped that were unrelated to me. But if you just die learning and it only kills you, the rest of the group's not going to mind. Because when you actually exit the Fork Tower, if you run out of lives and you hit return, the Fork Tower does retroactively rescale the bosses to the remaining people in there. On the clear that I was a part of, I think we went down from like 45 people to 33 people in the 3 attempts. We had like 5 healers between all the parties at that point. And that was a clear. Like losing 12 people permanently was a clear because it rescales and you're past most of the points that require certain jobs. So there's a lot of flexibility to the tower that you only really realize after you've started doing it a handful of times.
Yeah, and like one of my static members, like he was with us on day 1 and then he couldn't do the rest of the days. I tried to pull him in for his clear the other day and we were doing VOD review of all the fights. When we got to the 3rd boss, I literally said, just put a Dorito on my head and completely skipped talking about it.
Yeah. It's pretty much it. One person needs to know where to move for that mechanic. And I'd say really it's just like the second mechanic is probably the only one where you actually need to pay any attention where the tornadoes go clockwise or counterclockwise. That's like the one big one where it can be variable. Otherwise, it's not really that different between the mechanics. So there's just don't be afraid. Sly, you and anyone else. There's no just get in a Discord. I know joining Discord.
No fear. I'm already in the ABBA Discord and planning to maybe make a run this weekend if I can.
Yeah, they do a lot of different prog points. This was true with ABBA for BA too. It wasn't like, oh, join and you have to know everything and be perfect. They would be like, they would have a learning run and then they would have a clear run or then they would have a farm run. Like they pretty clearly designate what the skill level expectation is. And right now in ABBA, they're not expecting anyone to be masters. They're expecting, people to die on the first boss and, to hopefully just get at least enough fragments and people can get gear. And before we start talking about the individual bosses, I want to say that it's already at a point where if you've got enough people with a lot of mastery and any gear at all, the bosses are getting blasted. Absolutely obliterated compared to week 1.
Because I'm guessing week 1 hardly anyone had gear. Or they had like maybe plus ones.
They weren't as brave either, man. Let me tell you, dude, the number of samurais throwing bricks. One of my favorite, which boss is the one where you can like berserker through a mechanic with like, I think you like warrior berserker or something, and you like berserker through the mechanic to get to take all the damage, and then you just fucking blast with the attack after the rage is over. I know there's something like
all the
that.
Bosses.
Just do that on all the bosses. Yeah, you just eat shit as a warrior, but you take that damage and turn it around and go back. Like the people who know what they're doing are well and beyond doing insane. Like it still makes me nervous when I see samurais standing in things with Shirodori But they're like, oh no, I'm doing this. You'll see people deliberately taking Thrice Come Ruin stacks to keep Geo Bells up. Like, they're going at it.
We have people failing the Oracle Predict just to keep their bell stacks now.
The dot?
Yeah, taking a 50k dot for 30 seconds.
God, that's so funny. Yeah, that's the kind of shit that like people are doing, like with the really comfortable people. And they might die occasionally, like they forget or they do, but it's like whatever. It's like it's still good fun.
It's a way to enjoy, 14 without fully, with a little more tidons, little more tidbits like the add-ons, the actions, because you can do a lot of funny stuff with the actions.
Wasn't
like have someone in your party perma chem feed a Dark Knight?
Yeah, I mean, even Dark sub chem feeding themselves is wild, but that's I think we talked about that a couple weeks ago. That's like one of the, because people are like, oh, Black Mage feeding yourself, and I'm like, dude, honestly, no, because it eats a GCD. But for Dark Knight, that's the juice. Somebody else feeding a Black Mage is much better, but a Dark Knight can feed themselves really well.
Mm-hmm.
It's people are really creative, Sly. So the hardcore people are like, we don't even do, I think there's like I think the demon tablet is like a 3-minute fight or something now, like a 3.5-minute fight down from like almost 6 minutes. Like people are optimizing
gear and creativity.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
I think AG2 was doing some speed runs. They were killing bosses really fast last night. So if you start,
they were getting.
Once people start getting masters and they start pulling in, a few clearies every now and then, you'll probably not even see the last mechanics of most of the bosses, except boss 2. You have to see everything on boss 2.
Yeah, boss 2 forces you to see all the, like, you don't have to do the last bit, but the last bit's not really that relevant anyway. Yeah, we were annoyed. The one thing that's nice about that though is people can stop pressing buttons and just do mechanics, in theory, if they're paying attention. Like if you're nervous about boss 2, there's a real possibility the whole fight you could not press a single button and you will still get the boss to like 0.1%, like well ahead of the point where it's actually allowed to die. Not if everyone does it, but if you're one person fitting in, you can hard focus the mechanics on that second fight.
But I want to press buttons.
You can, just don't die doing it. Like if the boss is at 0.1%, don't be like, oh, I gotta hit this positional and then get killed because you didn't like check where the fireball was going or something.
That's why we have True North.
Yeah, you do need it in there, in theory. So, yeah, I mean, look, see, Sheena's talking about a 303 kill on Demon. These were their kill times for the bosses. 3 minutes, 3 seconds, 3 minutes, 41 seconds, 3 minutes, 51 seconds, 4 minutes, 43. Like, Minotaur's a 9-minute fight, and it's at 4:43. Like, obviously, that's with, like, I think that's with 27 samurais, they said. Just throwing massive bricks at the opponents nonstop. But they're still cooking. It can still get faster. It can still improve more. And eventually, imagine with Fort Tower 2, when we get more mastery, more jobs, like soon, like you honestly can be like a really not hardcore player and perfectly enjoy the content as is. Yes, you'll be skipping a lot of mechanics, which maybe you don't want to do. You kind of want to experience the whole fight. But again, the people who scienced this stuff out really made BA and DRS hyper accessible for everyone. You don't need to be any particular type of player to do the content.
As long as you can play your job and then you hit your P-job actions on cooldown, I think it'll be very smooth. Very smooth.
Yeah. Just don't monk off the wall or into a trap or anything, and you're probably fine. Or apparently you can monk behind the demon tablet. Keo, I think you said that, Keo. Did that happen to you?
That wasn't me, but I saw it happen.
No.
You're right up
in our
against the wall and you kick, you will go through the wall.
Oh, God. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. That's the point. It's fun. All right. So now one other bit that we definitely have to talk about is instance progging. Probably the thing people both doing it and not doing it hate. I think it's already at a point where instance progging is not taking very long for most groups. I think it's winded down, but I think that's because everyone's going to Crystal and Dynamis and NA to do it instead of trying to do it on Ether now. So maybe that's making it a little easier. But are we surprised and or upset at instance prog as a whole, knowing full well that BA had to deal with the same thing?
I think BA had different problems with instance progging because the instance size has went from 144 to 72, which is half. So you can actually only fit one full pre-made into one full pre-made tower run into an instance now. So back in BA, if you had two groups running on the same server, and we didn't have DC travel back then either. I think I'm not super sure. I don't remember, but if you had two groups on the same data center, you could all get into the same instance, and somebody's going in, right? So one of the 48 people are gonna lose out. So I mean, you also have another slew of problems. I won't go into the details of how the instances work and stuff, but it really depends on instance progging. It's easy if there's a lot of people logging into the game, and they're coming in maybe at a rate of 10 people every maybe 3 minutes or so, because they'll be filling up the instances that are too filled for you to get in, and you can make a new instance, and that's where your group will get in before all of these people start flowing into the instance. The problem is when lots of people are logging in, like maybe hundreds of people logging in every 3 minutes, right? You're going to spawn this new instance, and it'll just like instantly fill to the point where you can't fit your people in. And I think that will probably usually happen around like 9 or so when West Coast is off and East Coast is like finishing dinner, etc. But then when the other problem is when you don't have enough people logging in and you actually have people logging out, which I think starts happening around 11 p.m. or so Eastern, 11 p.m., 12 p.m. These instances that were full are now losing people. And so when you queue in, you're not getting into new instances. You're getting into these old instances that have gaps and stuff. So, I don't know. At a high level, I don't mind instance progging. I actually think it's fun for me to try to game the system. I'm sure people would prefer to play the video game, play 14 instead of play instance progging. But that's for me. That's my opinion on it. I think it's fine. I think it's fun, but I'm sure many people disagree with me.
I think I remember Andu after the world second clear. It might not have been Andu, but it was someone who went, anyone want to go instance prog just for fun? I was like, that's messed up. No.
Yeah, instance progging is not bad and sometimes fun if it's like less than 15 minutes. It's just that like when you're during that rough like peak point, when it lasts like an hour, that's when it's less fun.
I guess the point boils down to, though, is that there's no supporting system to help with it, basically. You have to be someone who has done Eureka a bunch, understands instances, how the game works when creating new ones, old ones. Lial said he's skipping all those details, but I know the majority of them, and it's really frustrating when you're trying to get that and like work around the system. He enjoys it, but it can be really frustrating. But they didn't make a system that supports us getting in as a group. Like some people say just doing DRS like Q. Obviously, that's the more obvious one where it's just its own instance and separate. Then there's also just, why didn't they make a queue that 48 people can join and then go into an instance and effectively create a new one as well? There's nothing supporting that. Which would you prefer its own instance, or would you prefer a system that supports us going into an existing instance?
With the current like raid design of this, I think that it needs to be inside of an instance, and I would just like it if they adapted like 24-man QN. Like I wouldn't mind if they reduced it to like instance progging with 2 groups instead of 6.
Yeah, so it's a 24-player raid, not a 48-player raid, to accommodate for the fact that it's a 72-player instance.
I don't even mind if you keep it as a 48-player raid. Just allow you to queue in as an alliance.
Okay.
Like queue into the instance as an alliance. So you only have to instance prog with 2 groups instead of queuing in with 6 separate groups.
Yeah. I thought about it that way, actually.
I have kind of a different. I think it depends on whether or not you enjoy having snipers in your instance. If we're talking about queuing in to a your own personalized instance of quote DRS versus queuing into a public instance. I think that's probably where the major gripes are going to come from, whether or not you're going to accept people can snipe you. But yeah, if you don't care about snipers, I definitely think the latter option, where I think Gil was saying, you just queue in as a larger group of people into an instance, and if there's no instance that can hold you, you just make a new one, right? Even if the old one's like 40 out of 72, which is fine. Although it has implications on farming silver and farming gold, etc., which might not be good for the Gil sinks, etc. But
Yeah. Keo, you mentioned that. Sly, did you want to say something before we get to this point?
No.
Because you look like you were ready for something. You mentioned that in the way that it's currently designed, that you feel like it needs to be within an instance. Now, I know what you mean, but do you want to elaborate on what you mean for that for everyone listening?
Yeah, I guess first off, the reward system. The way the entire reward system around Occult Crescent works requires tickets. Well, there's multiple aspects to it. The first one is the ticket sync. You need a currency sync to enter it, because I don't feel like there's enough incentives to farm currency outside of just getting the gear. There's nothing to infinitely grind, I guess. So you need that sort of Gill sync in order to get the rewards, especially since the rewards are to pump up your Arcanaut gear even more so. So in order to have a meaningful ticket system where you can farm the currency while you're waiting or whatnot, it needs to be inside of an instance, and that instance is where you buy the ticket. That, as well as just the fact that it's a more BA styled raid where all the fights are very simplistic, like Alliance raid level, versus something in DRS or DRN, where it's the bosses themselves are more mechanically challenging, and there's a lot more group split up tasks where people have to do different things based on where they are. I think that sort of thing, where it's it is more difficult and more punishing, needs to be outside, whereas something that's at this level needs to be in an instance.
Yeah, so you're saying that if it was harder, then I'd say also the fact that another thing is the fact that you de-level. You speak of other reasons, like de-leveling. Imagine if in Bozia you losing the resistance rank meant you couldn't do DRS. You had to step out and go into the Southern Front to then come back out to then try that again. Here, kind of the same idea. The fact that you do lose experience kind of forces the facilitation of, hey, as soon as you get kicked out, you can go get the level back without having to rezone or anything like that. So yeah, the systems, I understand the systems, but yeah, the difficulty is the big thing that I've been telling people too. It's that if you won't have anything like slimes at the start of DRS if it's not its own instance. Because that was if we had anything like slimes here for the trash, there's no fucking way.
Nope.
The DRS slimes still give me nightmares to this fucking day. Those things were wild. And then Trinity Avowed and Trinity Seeker. Yeah, those bosses are way beyond anything that's in Fork Tower.
Yeah, those are mid to upper extreme difficulty versus what's in Fork Tower being BA regular 24 QN Alliance level difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have an interesting fight design difference between DRS and this one. I think DRS, it was mostly individual mechanics. And so they pumped up the difficulty a little bit because, you only had to worry about yourself mostly. In this one, you still only really have to worry about yourself, but there are a few mechanics that if you mess up, the whole raid does go down.
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. When you think of Trinity Avowed, you screw up your element, you're gonna die, and that might cause the team to reach enrage, but you're gonna die, and that's gonna be the end of it. So unless you have like a crucial action like a reflect, you're not really affecting anything on any of the bosses. Whereas, anywhere, I'd say there is one thing that you really want to make sure you get right in DRS, and that's the duel. If you're the dueler, you do not want to screw that up. That's definitely the one thing. Yeah, I remember the Minotaur before the last boss in DRS. We wiped like 2/3 of the raid, then we figured out Reflect was how we killed the balls, and we still managed to kill it. It just took like 13 minutes instead. It's like wild amount of time that came with that. But yeah, you're right. But I didn't really thought about it that way with the DRS, that even if you do screw up, it's individual, but the individual demand is a lot higher at the same time. Especially Trinity Seeker and Avowed. Super chess. No matter what you read, like if you gotta figure out how to do super chess for yourself, because otherwise everyone sees you running in with the fucking plus doom, and you're like, oh, there we go. Here we fucking go again. All right. Okay, so Instance Prog, largely derivative of the difficulty and part of it. Some downsides compared to BA. Do you think the ciphers are a decent enough system for establishing getting in, or do you think that is that better or worse than portals? I guess is really the real question.
I'll be honest, I've only done BA twice, and the only reason I did it twice is because the first time I was tanking the boss and my healers ran over to res another platform, so they got their first clears. Then I died to autos right as the boss died and got pulled out. So I can't really say too much on BA portals. I experienced that way too late for it to be relevant.
I think the portals were okay, but I think having the pavilion with everybody there is definitely a lot more, I would say, more engaging, and it actually helps you avoid snipers better, because you can actually communicate. Okay, you can communicate with them. If they don't communicate back, you can't do anything about that, but you're never going to be able to stop them from sniping in that case in any way. So, in any case. So, with the portals, it was sort of, everybody went off to their own section of the map, and I don't know, it's not very engaging, right? You're by yourself, you're waiting for this thing to spawn. With the pavilion, you're with everybody. You can meme, you can type LFG even though you're in the group for fun. Trip up some people who don't know your name. But I definitely think at least where you are in the map, I think the pavilion is much better. Cipher wise, ciphers are kind of, I don't know what to think about ciphers, because if a sniper wants to get in, they can put in 20 ciphers, they can put in 40 ciphers if they really wanted to, and to guarantee they get in. But I think ciphers are okay outside of that, because it sort of incentivizes, like, oh, I really want to go do Fork Tower. You can just go play the content. You can get your silver coins, you can get gold coins, you can buy as many ciphers as you want, and you can make sure you get in. Because most people will not pay more than one cipher. Most people will not pay more than one cipher. Some people don't pay any. So, yeah, I think it's okay outside of snipers.
Yeah, relating to that, something I feel like I would like to see is that entry for the Fork Tower was party based instead of individual based, and like it counted the ciphers you put in as a party, and it just would put your party in if you were in a party.
So you're saying the party should pool ciphers is what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. So like if I'm in a party of 6 and there's another party of 2, and all 8 of us put a cipher in, the party of 6 has like 6 points worth of entry, and if theirs gets pulled, all 6 people go in.
Yeah, I can see the reasoning, but because then whether or not you have snipers, just how many spots you have open. In which case, you're not going to do anything to stop. You might talk to them, like you said, try to communicate with them. But if you have 48, that effectively makes it almost impossible to compete with the 48, which is upsetting to the randoms that want to try it, that might be curious, but at least sets that resolve between a pre-made group and someone who wants to get in if there is a spare spot.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can understand Square's reasoning behind not doing like that, but I feel like it'd be a nice QOL for at least like pre-coordinated groups.
Mm-hmm. Do you think there just straight up needs to be a different way for pre-organized groups to ensure entry in an instance if they happen to be in one? Like that isn't this? Do you think they just need a system in general for that?
I would like it. However, I don't actually think that there needs to be a system for it because the only time it's really relevant is during prog. And during the first few reclears. Because 1 month after Fork Tower's been out, it really won't matter, I don't think.
Okay. So it's a few early headaches, but a long term just not much of a concern. Do you think that's kind of true of almost all the problems that are with Fork Tower? Because it sort of was the case with BA, where almost all the problems were relevant to the first month, and they all disappeared because it just wasn't the new hotness anymore.
Probably. You're probably still going to have instance prog issues just due to there's not many people queuing in, so we keep getting split into the same instances. But I don't think there will be too much other issues relating to those aspects. There will probably still be issues with Machinist doesn't really have any Phantom jobs it likes to use. And,
it's all right. No one likes to use
that,
Machinist either, so it's even. Hey, honestly, it might as well be a Phantom job.
That's how I cleared on Freelancer. Figured someone may as well get a Machinist clear.
So you went Machinist Freelancer. That's really going to show.
But yeah, I think most of the queuing issues are people have low mastery. It's you're gonna get mastery pretty quickly. You get at least a full set relatively quickly if you just do a few Cs every now and then, and in a month or so, most of these will be non-factors as issues in my eyes.
Yeah. I will say, for all we know, Square might just be running a social experiment of how many Pokemon can get through. The other thing, fight design wise, from BA, I think BA had a few more. Some of the boss fights were a little more tough if you were pugging. I think this one, you can have 48 people. Half of them can die. You can still resolve every single mechanic perfectly if you're ready to do that. I don't know if that's the case in BA. It probably is the case, but it's definitely probably a little easier in the Fork Tower to lose half the entire raid and then still kill the boss.
I think that's evident even just when I talked about the clear that I was actually a part of, where we went from 45 down to 33, and it literally the 33 people run was the smoothest run. So in some ways, it almost it's kind of like what people used to say about 40-man raids in WoW. They were it's actually 15 people playing well and 25 idiots running around.
Yeah, that matches.
It's kind of like that. It's yes, the size is all those people are there and they're a part of it, but there's only a few people you really need. So yeah,
I'm really hoping we get to the point where we can pug and people just bring 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 4 DPS, and if you lose a tank, it's all good. If you lose a healer, it's probably all good. If you lose both tanks, you might have a problem, but
well, you can party shuffle in there too if there are other groups with spare tanks. So that's another big thing to remember is you can party shuffle while you're inside to fix problems like that.
Yeah, we did that on the final boss a few times. Hey, my party doesn't have a knight. Can someone give us knight buff?
Yeah, you can even just pop over, do buffs if you don't have a knight, just pop over, get buffs, swap back. You can do whatever. It's not like an actual instance where leaving the party means leaving the instance. It just means swapping a party.
Unless you click leave the instance.
Yeah. Unless you are so used to leaving parties by leaving instances in Occult Crescent that you just press the U button on your keyboard and click leave. We had a few people that did that, didn't they?
I think they were
There
trying
were
to
a couple.
return and they hit the button.
Oh, right. Yeah, they were trying to go back to the entrance of Fork Tower to like get a chest or, go look at something, and then they left. Right, that's what it was.
It was like hour 20s, so
Yeah, that was a
I
long
really
day.
played them.
Yeah, that's rough. Now, in terms of all that, do you think it was the right idea to do a BA equivalent instead of a CLL or a Dalriada equivalent, or to only have the BA equivalent, not maybe some sort of variable in between or like a normal Savage sort of like system in place?
I was surprised they chose to go with a BA for the first zone when there's no alternatives available. Because, like, for Eureka, BA was in the final zone, and while most people were in the final zone, a lot of people had 3 other zones they could play in. Whereas, like, here, it's in the first zone, so everyone is queuing into the exact same thing at the same time, which also increases the instance prog memes, I guess. So I was surprised. I feel like it might have been a better choice for the second zone than the first zone, but I don't have any issues with it being in the first zone, I guess.
I'm surprised they didn't just put it in the first zone and then give us a DRS again.
Do you mean like a CLL in the first zone or a
Yeah,
BA?
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
CLL.
Yeah. Yeah, I as obviously I would prefer a BA, but I actually was surprised. I think a big complaint amongst people who aren't hardcore raiders, or at least don't really pay much attention to raid content, is that we've had a very raid-centric last few years of Final Fantasy XIV. If you look at Endwalker, it's packed. Most of the content is Criterion, 2 of the hardest ultimates we ever had. 3 Savage tiers, 3 Criterions even. A deep dungeon, which, not hardcore, but not everyone's trying to climb to 100 over and over again. It's leveling content for like the first 30 floors for most people. And there really wasn't much of anything other than the Alliance raid and the normal raids. And that's kind of happened again here in Dawn Trail, where they added Chaotic, in the middle of kind of a dry season for the average player after the expansion release, alongside an Ultimate a month before that with a Savage tier that came right before that, followed by another Savage tier right after that, which then, yes, had Cosmic, but then this is there as well. So it's like kind of that same problem where there's like this appeal to like probably about 20 to 25% at most of the player base who do like extreme trials on average. Like they're like kind of the upper limit of that. And then you kind of have to dig down a little bit lower even to find the people who are doing stuff like that, versus something that everyone goes in and is a part of.
Yeah, I guess you can argue that, the Occult Crescent itself is the casual content in lieu of, the BA equivalent, or, Fort Tower. And to go back to your original question, a little bit of devil's advocate here. If y'all are saying the difficulty of Fort Tower is kind of 24-man like, instead of it being, DRS or BA, then I think that would probably be the reason why they didn't add a Dalriada equivalent, because they felt that the difficulty of Fort Tower itself was sufficient enough that it could stand on its own.
Yeah, like they thought it was pretty much a Dalriada, or
Yeah,
maybe a little harder.
yeah.
Honestly, there are some points in CLL I'd be more afraid of wiping than in Fork Tower. Like the first boss on CLL with like randos in the zone it was memes like almost every time. Especially in the first like 2 weeks. You're like, boss health, check it, keep them even, don't kill it too soon. You're like wiping it on the bottom, you look up and the top group's all fucking dead, or the other way around. Like there were all sorts of things. The third boss, what was the combination of elements on the third boss? If it was like water, earth or something, it was like a fucking
Ice
disaster.
Earth?
Yeah, that's the one. Ice Earth. It was a fucking nightmare. Yeah, like you just had there are boss mechanics even in CLL and Dalriada that I'm more afraid of in Fork Tower. Yeah. So that's you might be right, Sly.
I almost feel like it's more a perspective thing because I think a lot of those like extreme level gamers are just overly intimidated by it. I I don't feel like chaotic or Fort Tower is any harder than a single extreme fight, just that they require more players and look harder at the initial glance. So they're more intimidated by it than the difficulty of the content actually is.
Mm-hmm. The threat of the permadeath, I think, also instills a lot of fear. The limited lives.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even think the difficulty intimidates me. Like with something like chaotic and something like this, the fear factor comes in with, as always with me, people.
People debuff.
Yeah. Yep. The more people you have, the more chaos. Thus they called it chaotic. Yeah. Go figure. The more people you have, the more chaotic it can be. Chaos.
Got him on hand, baby.
Chaos.
Yeah. But I mean, that's going to happen in an MMO. You're playing an MMO, right? Like at some point, you have to just accept you can only work on yourself and you can't. There's a reason why some people get trapped in PF for months trying to clear a tier, and players can PF through it in a week or two. There's a difference between it. You people, because the people who just clear it, they are focusing on how they play and accepting every shit run that they get along the way. You often hear the people who take months, they either don't have as much time, which is fair, but a lot of the times you'll also hear how much it's about the other people that can't do mechanics. And it's like, you can't worry about, you just got to focus on you. And in Fort Tower, it's pretty much the same. If you focus on you and not screwing up you, then everything else just falls into place.
Yeah.
So, those are all the... Oh, sorry. You go.
I saw something in chat that I felt was a really good point. In Fort Tower, you need to chemist cheese to get a second attempt on a boss.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like possibly with this type of content, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a respawn point where if there's a wipe, it auto respawns everyone that has a spare life.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's an absolutely fair compromise between the lives bit. The fact that you have so many lives, but you can only be resurrected via the chemist, or also is the healer LB3 was bugged, right? Where it was taking 2 lives. Did I remember that correctly?
Yeah, if you had a raise ready and you got heal LB, you lost 2 lives.
Okay, so specifically if you already had a raise. Okay, that's what it was. All right.
At least I think that's how it worked.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they fixed it when they fixed the bug raising, but yeah, I definitely remember losing 2 lives to a heal LB. Okay. I think on the clear.
Unfortunate time to lose 2 lives, but hey, it was a clear. Yeah, so I think that if you're going to give people spare lives, building a system that supports those lives being used no matter what, I think is actually a good medium in between. Still let you use the res mid-combat to eat a life, but also give you a fallback if you run completely out of... If everyone dies, but there's still lives left. I actually like that. I think that's probably one of the best take. I've not heard a single other person say that. So... That's other than the lack of respawn points comment than you just mentioning that. So I think that's a really good place. That also would give people who are a little more afraid the confidence to go in and mess up. So it also kind of lowers the barrier for entry there too. Okay, well, Square, you heard that. You got 3 patches now to make it happen. If you're gonna steal the name of my show for 2 different fucking games, and you're gonna then you better be listening to this one right now. Listen. State of the Realm in 16 was fine, but now they also are doing it for tactics. I can't accept that it's not. I can't accept the coincidence. All right. Now, we still have a little bit of time. As for the bosses themselves, how do you feel about the actual boss design in there? Not even from a difficulty standpoint, but from an actual. And you know what? I'll say encounter design. I'll include the hallways in this as well. How did you feel about that, especially when comparing it to BA and DRS and how they did sort of the in-between sections? I like.
I did like it. I like that. If you aren't doing like alternate methods, they very clearly made at least one instance for every single phantom job to excel. For example, Geomancer levitating the traps. Geomancer has a dedicated purpose in the content. Every single job has a dedicated purpose somewhere in the Fork Tower. With the exception of Samurai, but that's because it just does big damage.
Go figure.
Throw a fucking brick through a wall.
Hey, damage is the most important form of utility in killing a boss.
Well, they also have the
So it's like
insta-kill.
actual Samurai.
They do actually. Samurai, because they can insta-kill the Anuki for that one ad if you don't want to use an Oracle.
Yeah, they can do that, or they can guaranteed hit the bats as well with Zenny. So like they have a use as like a secondary or a backup. I feel like within the fights, they did a decent job of making jobs useful as well. Like Bard was used on the third boss. Time was used on the first, and I think the third. I guess I would have liked a little bit more of that, but I was happy with what they did in respect to interacting with phantom jobs and phantom actions.
I think it depends on how you see the content. Like, if you want it to be puggable, I think they did a very good job. Because I think we touched it multiple times already. Like, you don't actually need a lot of dedicated phantom jobs. You only need a few, so you can actually just bring whatever you want, and that increases the puggability of it. You could obviously go the other way. I think, as Q was saying at the end there, you can go the other way, and you can introduce more dispels. You can introduce a boss that just puts traps on the map during the boss fight, right? And you probably want a thief and a ranger doing stuff like that. I mean, it's sort of like Hallway 3, actually. Hallway 2, the bridge. It's sort of like that, except maybe they put traps randomly around the arena, and if you find them. So, sort of like the Minotaur in DRS, I think, actually.
Yeah,
I think
the Minotaur does that in DRS, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gone that way, and it would have made it a lot less puggable, which it seems like is not their goal with the Fork Tower, because I think they're trying to bring BA down to a dollar. They sort of try to, find the middle ground between the CLL Dolariata and the BA, I think, is what their goal was with this Fork Tower. On the actual bosses, I think, again, if we look at it through this scope of puggable, I think they did a very good job with all the fight designs.
Going back to what you were saying about, having each job has its own place to shine. For someone who maybe just started a cult and is planning on going into Fork Tower and they want to go in as soon as possible, do you think there is a set, not really set number, but like a bog standard, at least have these phantom jobs maybe leveled to kind of say, hey, you can do something at least? Like a set list of bog standard jobs, like not maybe all of them, but
Well, so normally for experienced players, they would have the experienced players on like the specific or like the touchy phantom jobs. So like Ranger or Berserker would normally go on a more experienced Fork Tower runner because they are less likely to wipe the raid if they mess up, because they're less likely to mess up. So for a new player, the better ones would actually be the ones that are less likely to make a mistake, or you just need more of them. So my recommendations personally in that aspect would be Chemist, Time Mage, and Cannoneer as like the three big ones. Because Chemist has a raise, you always want more Chemists, and you always want experienced players to they always want to be doing big damage. Like they're going in there because they can do fun stuff. So normally they'll want to get off chemists. So more chemists means more raises, means less likely to get kicked out and wipe. Time Mage, you just want a lot of Time Mages because there's a lot of places where you want to use slower dispel. Like I feel like Time Mage is the most front-facing, obvious, desired Phantom job in the content, just because like the first boss has a dispel. There's multiple mobs and hallways that have dispels. You want every mob slowed in hallways, and stuff like that. And then Bard is just like, yeah, and you get a comet, which does big damage. Bard is just like AoE buffs. Just don't press Romeos when you're not told to.
Which is twice,
and then
but you know.
Yeah, which is twice.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if I said it, but Cannoneer is just like, it does solid damage on every job and it doesn't cost gold. It's like Lesser Samurai plus Trick plus Reprisal permanently on whatever you're hitting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Cannoneer would be at the top. I'd actually be a little depending on how many other Time Mages there are. I wouldn't want to be the only Time Mage if I was brand new, because if you forget to slow the ads in the hallway, let's just say people forget that slow cannot be on the enemies. So if you're not on, if you're the only Time Mage on your side and you forget to slow, people are going to die out of complacency. Because it's just regular speed AoEs. But once you've experienced the slow AoE, you just want them all to be slow AoE. Yeah, I was going to say Bard. Bard was probably going to be number one. Because, like, just press a 4% damage buff every minute. And then during twos, press Hero's Rhyme or use it for, like, a big raid wide. Or both, if they line up, technically. So.
And then you have March as well, which is AoE Thrill.
Yeah, AoE Thrill. March is great. March Rhyme, oh man. Having 2 extra mitigations with the Bard Phantom job feels really nice.
Yeah, the only thing I'd really add or sort of compile is like everyone should pick a DPS job. So like, you know, we did say like Monk, Samurai, or Cannoneer, I think, are your big ones. There are a few other niche ones, but you need a little more help doing those. But those are probably your easiest 3 DPS. So you pick one of those, whatever you're most comfortable with, and then you just start leveling the utility, I think. Probably start with Bard. I don't think the people who want to do damage like playing Bard because, right, you're not doing damage. You're helping the party do damage, which, you know, fizz range roll.
Ouch.
I'm a life Bard. I've been Bard. I keep ending up on Bard. I'll probably keep being Bard.
Yeah, you go down the utility list. Bard is definitely the easiest, and then, you know, Time Mage is probably the next easiest, and you just keep going down. Chemist, all of those things, and you definitely leave. I think Kyo said you leave the thief, the ranger, the berserker down at the bottom list, unless you really want to play them. You just really like playing those, or like, you know, some people like finding traps. Some people like blowing up traps. I will say though, if you're going to play ranger, people are banning ranger because they're not doing it well. They're blowing up traps when people are running by them. They're blowing up unstables, even if you can see them, etc. Right? If you're going to play ranger, you pretty much have to have the same experience as a thief. If you don't know where the traps are, you shouldn't be playing ranger.
Another small caveat is chemist, in addition to like having the guaranteed res, is also the least experience of any Phantom job to get to mastery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's a free mastery point.
Yeah, and you don't need mastery to do the res either. You only need level 3, which is almost nothing. So the barrier for entry there is really, really low. And Bard also, just to even like to get to Romeos, which is the only required thing, is also not very far. And you will have 1% damage, 2%, 3%, depending on your job level. It's 1% per job, which a lot of people missed. A lot of people didn't read the trait. That your buff goes from 1 to 4% as you level the job. It's not from the gear. Don't bait me in my chat again, please.
Yeah, Bard's another low XP. That was the first one I leveled, actually, is Bard, and it's another one in the band of like really low XP to level. and you get the Romeo at level 2, which is literally 1 CE after equipping Bard. And that's all you need.
That's it. Yeah, and you'll have a 2% damage buff to boot. Just really can't go wrong there. All right. Is there any favorite boss? Any favorite design section that they can only exercise here in the field ops? Whether it be a boss, a trash pull, that you feel like this type of content really excels in making?
I haven't looked at logs yet, so I really want to see if, like, I played Bard as well, and I was trying to multi-dot the second boss, like, while it was targetable to see if it still ticked, and I haven't checked if I got damage from that yet or not. But I really liked the second, Imitation Star on boss 3, where a lot of people got debuffs and then they got stunned and you had to break them out during 2s. I feel like that sort of aspect, or like design choice, where you have Group A do one thing and then Group do another thing that is based off of what Group A did. I feel like those sort of interactions aren't super common in most of their content, and I like that they included it, even if it was as basic as that. I like that aspect of it. And boss 4 was just good large man design, I feel.
I think all the bosses are, I think in Prague, they're all fairly engaging, but then you start realizing, like, the first boss, the Demon Wall, is not very
Don't
engaging.
say it. Don't ruin rotate left and right. Don't do it.
But I think between the other 3 bosses, I sort of have a soft spot for the second one because it sort of reminds me of Queensguard from DRS, and I think Queensguard was actually a very good fight. And then they actually made a cameo back, when you actually fought the Queen and the Queensguard came back. And I actually think that was a very good thematic addition to the DRS. I'd actually like to see more of that happen. Although we do see the trio return, so maybe they'll make a guest appearance in the next, or whatever the next one is. But yeah, I think that one is definitely the most fun, I would say. And then Magitar is probably next on the list, because Magitar is just, you're sort of there, you're at the end, and you just have to kill it. And I don't know, it's not super difficult, but it's definitely a little more stressful, because you never know who is going to get what, and you never know whether or not they're going to do what they need to do correctly.
Yeah.
And a lot of its big mechanics are very visually deceptive.
Yeah. There's a lot of moments where there's 2 or 3 visuals you need to be paying attention to at once. Whether or not you, like, if you have a debuff, it's 1 extra. And it's very easy to just move early because you see a visual happen and you're like, oh, now it's time. No, don't do it. You're going to kill everyone.
Yep,
especially
like that,
in like Holy Lance or Rune Axe or stuff like that.
Holy Lance is great because the spear disappears after the ground AoE pulses for that spear count. So if you see the last spear in your square disappear, you're too slow. You need to count the ground pulses instead.
Yeah. I think probably in terms of Rune Axe is a deceptively weird like delay between waiting for things, with the first one on the outside and then the person on the inside dropping it, and then the boss dropping them inside right after. Like, everyone sees the inside one's pulse and they think, oh, I can go there now. I can go into Northwest, but you can't. You have to wait that 1 extra bit. The Assassin Dagger delay, probably the biggest killer in that entire thing. Yeah, there's a lot of...
It's just innocent swords.
Very innocent. Yeah. Very, very innocent.
There's also the random autos during the Rune Axe, where you're like, oh, I lost HP. Did I do something wrong? But it's just a random auto hitting you. There's 16 random autos.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of weird stuff in there. Magitar is just a really impressively designed fight. I feel it's nice because I remember DRS, the design of the bosses, while it's all pretty like recognizable, you know, first boss is like Ravana Plus, you know, for example. But they usually have some really interesting designs. While they didn't go nearly as frilly or flashy here as they do with stuff like Super Chess, for example, in DRS, or even some of the reflection shenanigans in the final boss there. Everything still kind of stands on its own and impresses visually to the point where it feels more engaging than maybe the fight actually is. Even true of the Demon Tablet, I think, seeing the double stacked gravity AoEs as you're resolving, like that looks intimidating when you see 6 stack markers and 2 of them are way in the fucking sky. But it boils down to such a simple execution that, again, it shouldn't really be too intimidating.
I actually had a question
Sure.
for all of you. We kind of talked about this last time in regards to the, I guess, occult bosses, but not forked. And I'm gonna kind of leave out Demon Tablet because it's obvious, because it's a fucking wall. Whereas, you know, Dead Star and the Dragon aren't Omni, but Magitar is. How do y'all feel about Magitar being Omni?
I think it's necessary, honestly, just due to the way they designed the fight to have players sectioned off into specific tiles where they're each specific way around the boss. I think the only way they could make that have positionals and be engaging would be to have like sub positionals where they have like an awkward multi-cut ring where like they have 2 rear positionals on opposite sides of the boss or something, and then like smaller flank positionals which would require like a separate indicator to identify whether or not it's a flank. But I feel like the Omni was a good choice there.
Okay. I know like some people feel differently about, you know, having, you know, certain bosses or mobs be Omni.
I mean, it could have not been, I think. Because 2 of the platforms have access, I believe, to the back and the flank. If you face the boss properly. So I mean, it's hard to say. I think I don't know if it was a good or bad choice. It's definitely good for pugging, if we go back to my little pugging scope. But yeah, for Opti, I definitely think it's less engaging for sure.
Okay.
Just have each
I was distracted
each party
by
donate a
cat.
range northwest so that the melee can get up to him.
Yeah, I mean, there's solutions. I was honestly just kind of more. I just was surprised they didn't Omni more. I just thought with the way the content, just being a field up, I thought it would probably have moved to just Omni overall. So I didn't really think about it too much because I wasn't playing Monk or anything like that here.
Yeah.
So, and I think they just kept it the same. I think it's just, honestly, I think it's just part of their mission statement with wanting positionals and like boss rings small. I think it's just trying to stay consistent, and that Magitar, basically for the reasons they just said, you know, the way that the boss position technically possible, but it just makes more sense to make it omnidirectional.
One other little tidbit, and I kind of should have brought this up earlier in regards to the content, like, you know, Occult and Fort Tower as a whole, comparing it to Bajda, where, you know, Bajda had, you know, these whole individualistic pieces of content where, you know, you had the duels, and then even in the, I guess, DRS, you had, you know, the solo duel. Do you think Occult and Fort Tower would have benefited from something individualistic?
I just wanted duels in the zone. I miss duels, man.
A lot of people wanted duels,
I
but like
love duels.
for both.
So I don't know about Fort Tower specific. I think that with Fort Tower, just due to the way Occult Crescent is designed, where everything is locked into your one specific phantom job and not like essences and actions where you can customize your holster and have like specific things so you can have like a duelist holster. I think that like there's less appeal to a duel within the Fort Tower due to that, though I could see like a sub duel where it can hold like 4 people and you have like 4 designated people do a mini fight. I could see value in something like that, and I think that would be really cool design within the Fort Tower. But would love duels in the open world, especially if they like their bonus was like 50% bonus silver or something for winning.
Oh god, yes. Or gold.
Yeah, bonus silver for a duel. I hadn't even thought about the actual like buff that you get from being around someone when they win a duel. But now that you said that, I'm like, oh no, we really fucking needed duels.
Yeah, open world duels definitely, I think, they definitely missed on that. It's a fun little.
They even kept they even kept the infinite duration bone stacks. It's like you had the whole system there.
I will say in the tower, I don't think is very engaging, because at the end of the day, the same person is going to go in every time. The same 3 people will probably go in every now and then.
Yeah.
So it's not really. I wouldn't say it's super engaging. They're obviously in your community. You can have ways to make it so it's not the same people all the time. But like, yeah. It's fun. It's definitely fun to prog. Definitely fun to watch your friend, go through the duel, mess up, all that. But at the end of the day, once you're on reclear, once the content's found out, explored well enough, it doesn't have much engagement, especially if you try to do a puggable thing.
Yeah, the puggable bit definitely kills it a whole lot. If you ever wanted to do that, because you need a dueler 100% of the time for any of that. I think if it picked 4 people out of all the parties and made them do a boss, probably be better if it just if it was something that was designed like the Quarantine in A4, where it picks a tank and a DPS or something. If it picked like a tank, a healer, and 2 DPS to do the mini fight, and you can't decide who it is, so everyone kind of has to know it. Everyone has to potentially be ready to engage with it. Makes prog a little bit rougher if someone's never gotten it before, but I think if you're that's like a medium between the two, is just not being able to assign the people who have to do it.
Or like, imagine if it was like a boss similar to like Variant, how Variant has like bosses where they have 3 different mechanics and which one's based on your route.
Yeah.
Imagine if it picked like 4 specific Phantom jobs. However, the collection of 4 Phantom jobs it could pick depended on what mechanics that boss had. So it picked 4 random people with those 4 Phantom jobs.
Yeah. Oh, if you fight a mimic, fight a mime in there, and he mimes the jobs and uses their actions. There you go. Hey, Go-Go, the mime job is from Final Fantasy V. Go-Go, that's where Go-Go's from. So he, I know that we have a different Go-Go in our game, but where is he? I have a Go-Go right here somewhere. Where is he? I know I have a Go-Go card. There it is. Yeah, there you go. See? The boy. This is the Final Fantasy VI Go-Go, but who cares? Now, before we wrap up, I have one last thought I want to get from you guys. Obviously, we've talked a lot about how these jobs are all useful in the Fort Tower. There is a dedicated spot, and that's really cool. But do you think they maybe over-indexed on making them useful in the Fort Tower at the detriment of how they feel to people not in the Fort Tower? Thief being a very solid example.
Thief is actually, I have a funny story. My friend in my group, we saw Thief, right? And people were buying the gold jobs, and we had enough gold to buy a job. And he's like, I'll buy the Thief. I'll play the Thief. He buys the Thief, and we look at the kit, and it looks terrible, right? It looks absolutely terrible outside of looking for traps and stuff. But he said he was going to play Thief. And it turned out that he can come back for like 3 days until like the weekend or something. So we actually didn't have a Thief for the second day. We had to like wait a bit for people to level to 6. Although we probably could have just gone in with level 4 Thief. So, in any case, Thief is definitely one of the big offenders in this case. Like, you hit the button once and then you do nothing else for the rest of the fight. And you bring it to CEs. And
that skill doesn't even work on some of the CEs. Like, sometimes vigilance just doesn't work.
Oh, that's very unlucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've definitely like pressed vigilance, then queued in the CE and lost the buff, or like queued into the CE, had that 10-second timer, press and like wasn't able to press the button at all, and it wasn't on cooldown.
Yeah, I've watched vigilance just fall off and not give me the buff like plenty of times while I was leveling thief. No, even in gold farming, you don't care about thief. You just get ninjas because ninja has AoE steal.
Ninjas,
Yeah.
I would say chemist. Chemist is probably not fun on anything that can raise. It's okay on DPS, but like I think on tank you'll probably have the most fun on chemist. But then again, you're playing a raised job, and I don't think the community actually likes playing raised jobs too much, especially when it's randoms you're raising every now and then.
Hey, when there's a 500 raise achievement, people pick it up pretty quick.
This is true.
Until they're done with it, and then they say, "Fuck those guys, I'm not done." Yeah. I think what's another one? There's definitely which one?
Well, I was just gonna say in general, I don't feel like they over-indexed into Fork Tower with the jobs so much as they under-indexed the jobs in the overworld of Occult Crescent.
Yeah.
And that's why I felt the way I felt when we talked about this last time. It was like, yeah, you have all this creativity, but outside of like, it feels like it's kind of geared more for Fork Tower. I mean, yeah, you can do some cool shit out in the Occult Crescent, but yeah, it feels like they're mainly tuned for Fork Tower.
Like within the caverns, imagine if there were like hidden rooms that a thief could discover in the caverns that would appear every now and then randomly.
Yeah,
for example.
Nice. Yeah, that'd be nice. Even if there were like certain like fates or CEs that were locked behind doors. So first day, maybe you just can't get to them. Second day, Thief in the Zone unlocks the door. Now the fates and CEs that can start spawning in the Citadel or something. The only other application I've seen for Thief, we had someone who didn't have Warrior leveled for gold farming. And so they went Dark Knight and they went Dark Knight Thief. And they would start pulling their mobs, and instead of involving, they would just hit sprint and let the mobs chase behind them while the cannoneers. That was the only application I ever saw for Thief, really, outside. I thought it was creative.
Same. Like, I see a lot of jobs that can be used for gold farming, like in different ways. Like I see people sometimes use Bard in gold farming because like the tank will pull everything, and then instead of involving, you just stun all the mobs. And they're stunned until for like 6 seconds or something, and all the cannons are off by then.
Mm-hmm.
But not every job is useful in gold farming, and outside of gold farming, you're just hitting fates and CEs. So
yeah,
there's just a lot of like job actions or jobs in general that don't feel that great to play outside of Fork Tower.
Yeah, because there's no like Flare Star and there's no Reflect. Like, sure, you can float over some AoEs in, the Many Men Fate or something like that, but there's not really those, oh, cool, the job I'm playing has its moment thing much in OC itself.
Yeah, that plus the fact that you're forced to play it to level it. It's not like, oh, I hit a certain knowledge level, now I can transform these fragments into actions and I can equip this action whenever I want. You don't do that. You're locked behind playing a job to level it, regardless of how competent it is in a CE, in order to get all the abilities to use it in Fork Tower.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That was the last little bit I wanted to touch up on. So, I'd say that makes a show. With 8 minutes to spare, you can get to your PoE in time. I can get ready for dinner. That's going to be perfect. Good, because I am hungry. But that was a great discussion. I'm glad you guys agreed to come on. Like 2 days notice is good enough, thankfully.
God damn it. Thank you so much.
2 days notice.
No worries.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, it was great. Before we get going, you guys just want to do a quick little outro. Is there anything you want to say as like a final note, a shout out to yourself or anyone else? The usual, we're wrapping up goodbyes and whatnot. We'll start with you, Kyo.
Shout out to my static. A majority of them were with us for the entirety of Prague and have cleared. Particularly Yeji, who is my actual static lead and who heartlessly got kicked into a different party for every day after the first. who managed to solo heal that party for the entire time.
Okay. All right. Any like social shout outs or anything too here if you even care. I don't think either of you really do much in the way of social.
I don't really. I stream my prog and occasionally my reclairs on Twitch every now and then. KYOSHIRIN, Kyoshirin on Twitch. And then I'm on Twitter and Bluesky as Kyoshinrin with an extra N in the middle.
Yeah. All right, thanks. Lial, how about you?
I think all I have to say is I really appreciate the entire team. Everybody, the 48 people I found, the people who stayed, I really do thank them for staying. And the people who I voluntold to become party leads, really appreciate that they didn't, that they were okay with it, and I hope they had fun with it. I will say though, if people are apprehensive of going to the tower, I think you should just go. It's gonna be a fun time. You get to play your phantom job, and just nothing to be scared of, really. You wipe them. It's gonna happen. Oh, hopefully it doesn't happen, but it'll happen if it does. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Yeah,
no.
Yeah. We had people who were experienced who wiped us, who had been in there. It happens.
I think we had 3 party leads wipe us in the span of like 4 days, and those were like the only wipes.
More than once.
Oop. I guess there's a reason why my entire chat before the show started was like, get the Kyo clip of X, get the Kyo clip of Y, get the bridge incident.
I'm very good at making memorable mistakes exactly once, where everyone can see them.
And do snowball incident there. My favorite was we had somebody ethereal manipulation during Fireball and was like half a second too late, and it just like blasted through the entire room. That was my favorite one. I was like, whoa, what was that? Just like, but not fast enough. Yeah, no, thanks for thanks for coming on the show, and thanks for putting it together. Like I said, I didn't really have anything planned for it, so last minute I just went to Lial and I was like, if you guys are doing anything and you have a spot, I didn't really have time to get anything planned. And I like that you prioritize the 48 people first. I think, again, a lot of people have a misperception about when streamers try to do content. They still have to do what every other raider does for the most part. And that after that, you just said yes. It was great because I enjoy doing chaotic with the same group of people. So, shrunk down to 24. So it was good to get to do that again another patch later. So that's my thank you. So appreciate it.
I mean, reach out for the next one.
Next chaotic, right? When they do another chaotic next patch.
And
chaotic, chaotic Ozma. No, not chaotic Ozma. Chaotic Thunder God Sid. We'll just skip ahead. Chaotic Diablos.
Chaotic. All right. Chaotic Criterion. Let's go. Won't happen.
The tripwires we're doomed with the tripwires. You know that, right? We're doomed with the. Oh my god, a 24-player dartboard. Oh.
Imagine all the chains.
No, I don't want to imagine those chains, bro. I still have nightmares about the wall there. The wall has hands. That wall reaches out and pulls you in somehow. There's a pixel that's somewhere off the wall that I don't know where it is. All right. Yes, thank you to both of you. Appreciate it short term. Sly, let's do our sign off and we can let both of them go.
Sounds good. Again, thank you both so much for coming by on such short notice because Happy is really good at that.
Or bad at it if you think the other way.
For myself, you can find me at twitch.tv/Sly, aka Gray Fox, Twitter, Sly, aka Gray Fox, Blue Sky, can't even say it. Sly, aka Gray Fox. As far as like what's coming up, next week is Rido, and I will be
today. I thought Rido was. Someone in my chat said Rido was today.
Ooh, Rido is next week.
Okay,
and I actually have an official Rido cape and hat that I'll be wearing during my playthrough. Thanks, Atlas. Really appreciate it. Other than that, really soon, I guess. Within about a month, less than a month actually. My birthday is coming up, so I will be doing a birthday celebration. I kind of already teased it on Twitter last Saturday. If you want to go check it out. But we will have my big birthday party event on July 5th, so the first Saturday of July. And then July 3rd, I'm just gonna be old and drink bourbon on stream and play video games. So hopefully y'all will be there for it.
Sounds good.
But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Happy?
Yeah. Before I did, so funny. Someone mentioned. So I saw the word Sudoku in chat, and whenever I say commit seppuku, I usually say commit Sudoku.
Sudoku.
But with Starfall, everyone said, "That's it. I'm tired. Commit Starfall."
Yeah.
I like that. That was a new one for me. I'm committing Starfall right now. Yep. Yeah, no, Mr. Happy 1227, all the usual platforms, just getting back into the rhythm of things after what has been a very chaotic, last 6 weeks or so. The chaos isn't all the way over for me, but it's starting to get back to feeling a bit more normal for everything, health-wise, and, now being in a brand new location that is very far from the initial one, and Ivy being here with me. There you go. See? Ivy. Hi. There you go. Finishing a Final Fantasy V 4-job fiesta in the next day. Decided to do that with all the Occult Crescent. I felt very much like hitting up Final Fantasy V, which is where all of this stuff comes from. And then after that, there's a handful of things. We have a live letter next week. We are doing a live letter, State of the Realm, next week. Sly, go ahead. Put the normal time in your calendar this week, unless Rido is going to get in the way
Got it.
somehow.
No, it won't.
And then, we're going to be keeping an eye on, because the official launch of the open beta, I should say, which is basically the soft launch of the mobile title in China, is happening on the 23rd. So there's going to be a lot of news to follow regarding that. There's already been some news. So some creators popping up from the Chinese scene who are covering the live letters and whatnot, and the recent news. So keep an eye out for a lot of that. We're going to be seeing how the game shapes up to be over the next several months before we get the global release at who knows when. But that's for 14 news. And then I'm probably just going to be, for now, just chilling for the most part. Just getting my 14 time in, getting some Final Fantasy time in. Maybe I'll get back to some Platinum time as well. I still need to do the rest of my Platinums. I have my Itadeki Street. I have my Crisis Core and all that other stuff, Type 0 and everything to do. So fun times ahead. But anyway, that's going to be a wrap for this week's episode of State of the Realm. Thank you to everyone for watching. Be sure to check out the card shop link and the Steel Series link in the description as well. Be sure to support them. And thanks again to the patrons for supporting as they do. We're going to go into a very short post show, like a minute or two, just to say final goodbyes to each other and to chat. And then we will see you next week for the live letter. So thanks again to our guests for joining. Sly, always good to have you as well, fellow co-host. And we'll see you next week. Until then, bye-bye.
See you next week.
And we're good. All right, perfect. You guys are good to go whenever. I don't want to hold you up any longer than we need to. We're just going to say our goodbyes real quick to chat and then be out ourselves.
No problem. Thanks for having us. It was great.
Yeah, thank you guys for having us.
Thank you so much for coming.
I hope we were good content.
I think so. It was great.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, have a good Friday. Have a good weekend. That's Lial. I'll see you next week.
Well. Peace.
You sure will.
Yeah. Bye-bye. All right. That's going to be a wrap for me. I want to take a quick shower before I head out to dinner. I might have to just shower after dinner, but I wanted to shower before. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be finishing the Final Fantasy V run and then probably doing Final Fantasy 14 after that. I was told Crowd Control Kingdom Hearts is, I guess, in beta at the moment. I want to do Crowd Control Kingdom Hearts because that shit's going to be hilarious. But it's not out of beta yet, so I can't do it. It's not listed in the Crowd Control app. Maybe after I update it. I don't know. So, thanks everyone for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your Fridays. Till then.